Yay.
Hello and welcome. I'm Nosh, your GM, and joining me today are our players, Mel, Rigel Kent, Gigerman, Ronky, and FX Engineer. We are playing session 2 of a GURPS Cliffhangers adventure entitled The Uncanny Curse of Sekhmet by J.C. Connors. Set in August of 1936, the adventure hurls our heroes across Italy and Egypt in search of the legendary tomb of Hetshepsut. However, they will discover that they are not alone in this race, and whomever finds the tomb first will influence the very fate of Europe, teetering on the brink of war. Our sessions are available on YouTube, and as audio-only podcasts, you can find the links in the video description. We invite you to like this video and subscribe to our Twitch and YouTube channels. Now, to jump back into the action with a recap. For various reasons, our heroes found themselves 8,000 feet in the air and flying out of Rome. On that plane was notorious American bank robber Skeet Skitshaw and his entourage, fleeing the city with a suitcase full of cash headed for Milan. And in the bathroom of the plane was Italian star of the silver screen, Alina Altieri. Skeet thought he would get away, but after a tense in-flight dust-up with our heroes, Skeet and his friends were on the losing end. Johnny Talon safely landed the plane back in Rome, where Skeet and his gang were taken into custody. However, once the plane landed, Chief Marshal Carlo Grandi of the Italian military spoke to the adventurers and told them that the police in Rome were none too happy that a group of foreigners were going to show them up by taking this famous American bank robber into custody in their city. Worse, one of the inspectors is planning to find a way to bring them in for questioning, particularly with the money and evidence being so carelessly lost, and possible charges of interfering with an active investigation are being considered by Rome's chief prosecutor. Carlo convinces our heroes to slip away to a town about 30 miles north of Italy called Calcata Nuova, to stay with his uncle Lorenzo and take rooms above his restaurant, Il Massimo. Carlo will send a car for them in a few days once the heat is settled. Before Alina is taken into custody, she tells Marissa and Duke about how she overheard Skeet talking on the phone to someone about delivering the stolen money. She remembers Skeet angrily saying, "That wasn't part of the bargain. I'm flying to Milan today, like I planned. Go find dusty old books yourself. I'm no libertarian." Now, I hope you're sitting comfortably, and we'll begin with our intrepid heroes sitting down in the quaint restaurant Il Massimo, finishing a well-earned meal of delicious gnocchi with red potatoes, lasagna with wild mushrooms, and a few bottles of red wine. Espresso is not far behind. Before we continue, however, is there any character business we need to discuss?
Willie realized he desperately needed brawling, so I spent one of the 2 points I got on brawling.
Excellent.
Beyond that, I don't know what I'm going to do with the other one yet.
I put that point into climbing. I don't think I didn't actually look to see if there was something else I needed.
Anyone else?
I'm just thinking, was there any shooting that was done by Duke last session? I don't know.
No, I don't
He
think
shot
he
someone
got
on
a shot.
accident.
I don't think Duke
No,
even
he
got a
didn't.
shot off.
That was Solange who did that.
Yeah, Solange threaded the needle right into Johnny.
Because if you remember, Duke didn't even have his pistol for a long period of time. I did.
He got into a wrestling match. Damn it, don't have wrestling.
There you go. Maybe you should get wrestling.
Marissa?
Nope. I think the only rolls that she made last time were just basic, like dex and strength checks. So nothing from me.
FX? If you can, reply. You got any points you want to drop into something?
I don't think so. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. No, not right now.
Okay. So on the drive north to Calcata Nuovo, you pass by Calcata Vecchia, or Old Calcata. I'll share this with you. And as with so many hill towns and ancient fortified hill towns, Old Calcata is built on 150 feet of tall volcanic cliffs. And if anyone would like to toss a area knowledge or current affairs roll into the box, you might know a bit more about this location.
I have current affairs headline news. Would that be appropriate?
Yeah, I don't think
Has
it's
it
that
been
famous.
in the news lately?
Yeah, give that a toss, please.
Oops, you wanted that in the box, right?
No, just openly.
Oh, oops.
But that's okay for those who toss it in the tower.
Because you said in the box.
Did I say in the box? Oh, I thought I meant the chat box. All right. So, so Duke, you don't recall anything really in particular about this place, but for those who succeeded, you recall that the government recently condemned Old Calcata.
I have no
and
idea
forced
if
it.
we succeeded.
You did succeed. You did.
We threw it in the box, so we don't know.
Yeah.
So for those of you who succeeded, so Willie and Marissa, sorry, you recall that the government had actually forced the people out of Old Calcata into New Calcata because they're fearing that these cliffs would collapse. And so New Calcata is just a mile or so away from the old town. And you also know that from news stories that residents aren't too happy that Mussolini ordered the old town closed, and it's the fascist National Police quickly and brutally forced people out of their homes over the last few months, and apparently even fired shots at people who've tried to go back in to collect their forgotten items. And story goes that no one really believes that the cliffs are actually that unstable.
But the people
So,
are.
have you? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So, as you're sitting around the table, enjoying maybe the last dredges of your wine, or waiting for Uncle Lorenzo to bring over the coffee, the door to the little restaurant bursts in, and a woman wearing a plain white dress comes rushing in, and she sobs at the feet of Lorenzo. And this is who you see.
Be quiet.
Who?
Yeah,
Sorry, who understands Italian?
Nope.
Marissa does. Native.
Alrighty. What did you not hear me say? I probably pushed the wrong button.
I heard nothing after you shared the picture.
Nice. Okay. This woman bursts into the restaurant, sobbing at the feet of Uncle Lorenzo, and she speaks in Italian. And so for those of you who can't understand Italian, you're just hearing this woman sort of distraught. That much is obvious. But Marissa, you can hear her start to say that that her father, Albertuccio, has just been abducted. And she says that he was forced from their nearby home by strange men, and is being taken back to the old town. And then she goes on to sort of describe what these guys looked like. And she said they were bearded, dressed in white shirts and wearing baggy black pants. And then she kind of realizes that she's not alone with Lorenzo, and wipes her eyes and kind of sits there and goes a little quiet.
Okay, so Marissa will actually do a translate for the folks who don't speak Italian. Let everybody know what's going on.
Oh, wow, that sounds terrible. Why would they do this? They evil fascists?
She, Lorenzo tries to calm her a little bit and brings her a coffee and something to wipe her eyes with. And then she turns to Uncle Lorenzo, and again in Italian says, she says her father, when he saw them coming, he called them vipers and exclaimed that they'd found him just like they did Mr. Curl. And they battered down the door to the cottage, and her dad had urged her to hide in a closet, but she got a glimpse of an older man who told her father that he needed to look at his library, and he was fingering a jeweled dagger as he was talking to them. And so she's begging Lorenzo to help her get her dad or call the authorities or do something, because she has this feeling that these vipers may very well do him harm if they do take him to his house in old Calcutta.
Right, I forgot. Willie is super, super stupidly curious. He's got a 6 or less, so he's immediately trying to find out more.
Does Willie speak Italian?
Nope.
Okay.
So he's probably asking Marissa questions, and she's like, "Stop! I'm trying to listen."
Yeah, she's actually kind of busy, making eyes at Johnny. But yeah, she'll just kind of annoyed, like do a real curt translation back and forth.
So this Morella, who's her dad? Who was the other guy that you said she mentioned?
So the Albert, her dad's, she called her father's name out as Albertuccio.
Right. Al.
Or Albert, sure.
Do those names like any of the names ring a bell for Marissa, or no?
So she did mention the name Curl. If anyone has archaeology or current affairs people, they could try rolling that.
I actually do have archaeology.
Well done. So that name does ring a bell for you, Willie.
+6, yeah, that is a pretty good roll.
It rings a bell for you, and you recall that name out of the world of archaeology, that James Curl is an expert that's at archaeology. He's Scottish, and he lectures at Oxford.
Wait, is she talking about Dr. Curl? I know him. Well, know of him.
And anyone got current affairs people?
Would headline have they been in the news?
We're going to give that a bit of a further negative at a -4, but go for it.
Yeah, and Marissa will be just like a general purpose. She'll be translating back and forth, so if somebody asks a question, Marissa will translate, and vice versa.
That's a fail. Reading these Italian newspapers is difficult when you can't speak Italian.
Right. And look at that. Solange, Patience, Paquette. You actually recall a story involving somebody named Curl that he was recently involved in a scandal where he got drunk and apparently burned a very valuable medieval manuscript, and it got into some hot water.
I'm sure it was necessary.
How long ago did I hear about this story?
You can recall. Perhaps that happened. Let's see here. I think that happened around about a month ago. Maybe that's kind of where you're drawing it up from.
Well, if nobody else is going to, Willie will totally volunteer the group to help. We don't have anything else to do, right?
FX, you're
Course
open
not.
mic.
So Morella, she, Lorenzo, he kind of looks quite helpless at this point. He looks at you as a
We
group,
can help.
and he kind of motions over to Morella, sort of pleading as he goes back to the kitchen.
Right. Was that a no?
Duke will pipe up. He's just been listening at this point. He says, perhaps we could see if this Lorenzo fella has any pull at all and can get us out of this current predicament we're in.
Plus, we might get our pictures in the paper. I'm sure we can handle whatever life throws at us.
Yeah. Marissa will look over it. Is it Lorenzo?
Yeah, Lorenzo's the restaurant owner, the Uncle Lorenzo.
Gotcha. Marissa will look over at Lorenzo and just say, "We can go, right?"
And Lorenzo says in Italian, it's your life, it's your business. I think the poor girl needs some help. I'm an old friend of her dad's, but I'm too old for this nonsense. I have to close the restaurant. But if you want to help her, feel free. It's okay. Then he pauses. But there are police guarding the entrance to the town. So just be aware. Maybe they know nothing about you.
Okay. Marissa will translate for the rest of the group. Say, "We can go." And she'll say, there may be police on the edge of town. So if we have to leave town, we may run into issues.
Nothing, we can't buy our way out of if it comes out to.
So Marissa will, without waiting on the group, because she's impulsive, she'll start yammering off in Italian at Morella and ask her where her house is, if she's got a key, if it's open, that kind of thing.
She knows a back way into the city.
Yeah.
Do we need
So
to climb?
Morella says that. Yeah, Morella says, yeah, she knows exactly where the house is, and she said she's very concerned for her father's safety, and she doesn't know who these vipers are or why he called them that, but she just gets the sense that they're some gang of some influence. And if she can help you in any way she can, she will definitely lend a hand.
Outstanding.
Should
Sounds
we
like
start at the
adventure.
house? Should we start at their house or elsewhere?
She says no. The house is probably the best place to start, because that's where they were going to take him to where her father's library books are. He wasn't able to move them, she says, when they were forced out by the government.
Okay. Do you have a key?
Oh yes, I can. I have a key.
All
Well,
right.
it's her
You
house. We
stay
can have
here.
her- Well, she can at least, take us to where we can see it and then go, yeah, it's that one.
So, for those of you who have hidden lore conspiracies or
Ooh, somebody
politics,
has hidden lore conspiracies?
I don't know. Just asking if somebody does.
Sadly,
Or-
I do not.
Or if you have politics,
I have money. I don't need politics.
all right. So, Marilla says, "Come with me. We'll walk to where there's a set of stairs, but there's only one way into this town, and that's through the old gates, and they are blocked by the police." She says, "But I know a place where we could climb up over a wall if we have to."
Johnny's being, pretty happy that he spent a point in climbing now.
Yep, no doubt that's going to be vindicated here shortly.
Of course, knowing our luck, we're all going to get about halfway up, and then all of us are going to crit fail and plunge to our deaths.
Also, that 1 point only got me an 11.
Well, I've only got an 11, and I got 2 points in it.
Don't worry. Duke has unluckiness, so if anyone's falling, it's him.
There you go.
That's
Yeah,
the
but he might
spirit.
take out one of the rest of us.
So here's a map of old Calcutta, and you can see where there's a checkpoint of Italian police blocking the only entrance into the old town. However, being police in a fascist state, they may also be open to other forms of influence if climbing's not your game.
Looking to the guy that just mentioned he's rich.
You can probably tell from his suit. That's one of those that also comes into play. It's like, oh yeah, this is the 1930s. How does he have the money? I mean, on him. It's not like he can break out a credit card.
Checkbook. And I found out recently that checks are still a thing.
Apparently they are.
Wait, did you think they weren't?
Yeah. Last time I seen a check's 20 years ago.
Yeah, I had to get another book of them a while back because it's like I hadn't used them in forever, and then I needed to actually write a check for something. And soon after, I got a call from my bank that said, "Yeah, that check that you wrote, we're going to accept it, but you need to replace those checks because they are that old."
Yeah, I use checks all the time as well.
For real? Anyway, beside the point.
All right.
It's-
So we'll shift from talking about checks and talk about potentially writing.
I say I
Uh,
want to climb. I
skill
think climbing's
checks.
cool.
So you've
We can do
got
skill checks. I like
you've got the map in front of you, and Marissa says she can navigate you sort of over to the southern edge of the wall if you want to climb and avoid having to
I'm
deal with the
Guessing the
police.
locked library is the house.
That is correct.
Yeah,
So
the
you're
house
you're
is
gonna have to.
guarding the easy way in.
I
You're
don't know
gonna
about
have
you,
to-
but that wall looks terribly difficult and dangerous to climb. Surely
And
we could
exciting.
distract. Surely we could distract the police enough to draw them away from the entrance.
Okay, you go distract the police while we climb the wall.
So she suggests that you climb sort of in this area over here where the circle is,
Oh, that's not quite as fun.
because you really can't go anywhere else because it's just a sheer drop down the cliffs around the rest of the town.
Well, this is a cliffhanger after all.
Ba-dum-bum.
Fine. Short wall.
Or break into two groups.
Does anyone have climbing gear?
What?
I was actually trying to look that up right now. At least a basic rope,
Rope and
a grapple,
Grapple.
pitons, something.
Inexplicably, I have on my inventory list a car, a bicycle, a watch, a bag, a nice suit. I'm not sure how I'm toting the car and the bicycle around.
Well, I've got a
And,
plane.
And
Sweet.
what
There we go.
about
We'll just have them quiets there.
does anybody have any advantages or perks that might assist them to this end?
I've got Daredevil and a can-do attitude.
I have Doodad, but I don't think it would apply in this case because it's like
Yeah,
really
probably not.
something small. It's like Gadgeteer, but it's something small and ubiquitous to the setting. So it'd be like, oh, I conveniently have a thing of matches or something like that.
Okay.
I
Um,
have a trait called on alert, which means I have a ready bag, full kit in case of emergency. I don't know if that counts climbing gear.
Yeah, did you bring it with you on the plane's wing?
I probably had it. I forgot to use it.
I have unluckiness and danger sense, and I'm sure one of them's tingling.
Oh,
let's see.
Yes, you go distract the cops.
Well, do we actually have someone who's good at talking? Do we have a diplomancer?
I thought that was your character.
That is not my character, actually. I'm looking through here. He does not have he's got fast talk, but he does not have like diplomacy or anything like that.
Yeah, me neither.
So
I have diplomacy, but I
Marissa-
can't speak Italian. That's the problem.
Neither can I.
So Marissa's got a patron uncle who has extensive political
Oh,
power.
yes. You're gonna call him the mafia. That's awesome.
Yeah. See if they can get rid of the cops for
Hey,
us for a
Uncle
little
Mario,
while.
there's these cops outside this place, and they're they're making naughty looks at me.
Yeah. Well, it's a 6 or less, so it probably won't happen.
have saver fair police. I don't know if that would help.
Maybe.
At a 12.
Can you speak Italian?
No, nope. I can speak German.
Unless he speaks French, that's they're related languages, sort of.
Isn't
Romance.
it -3 to your skill if you don't have the language or something?
No, it's -3 if it's broken. You
So
get no
what if
roll
they
if you
speak-
don't speak it.
I know a lot of people in Europe speak more than one language. It's possible they may speak English, French, or German.
True enough.
So Marissa, you said you've got a contact group, eh?
No.
Well, she's got a
Oh,
patron.
Marissa, sorry.
Yeah, she's got a
Ah.
patron uncle on a 6 or less with, it says, extensive social political power.
Ah.
Well, you might as well use it.
I
Yeah,
think
On
might as
the
well.
S.
Why not?
yeah.
What's
On
the
the-
chance?
Yeah, on the flip side, She does have a contact group with the Italian film industry, so if we decide to go climb, she could have them come fill us and maybe make a lot of money and make us all famous, which she really wants to be.
Or it
Oh,
could be a comedy.
The bloopers.
Instead of
Okay.
no actors were injured in the filming of this, is all actors died while filming this.
Do you want to try the patron route first?
Yeah, we'll try the patron first.
6 or less?
Yeah.
Oh man.
This-
Oh man.
This is not going to work.
It might.
Why
You're gonna
you
roll a
inking
3.
me?
Oh.
Nope.
That was so close.
I saw the
Well,
one
it's
and
shaped
two.
like a 6.
Okay. So your uncle's not around. He's unavailable.
Wait a sec. Is there ways to get bonuses to your appearance roll?
If you're using those rules.
Rules.
Yeah, I think they do the basic version in Action 1 where you do the request for assistance. And they have some modifiers. You can improve your chances of getting through.
Are we likely
Mostly
to
it
be
comes
able
down
to?
to whether or not the GM wants to allow it or not.
Are the bonuses enough to get a +3?
Oh, yeah.
How do you get the bonus?
If I recall correctly, and I haven't seen it yet, there's from 1 to 5 for story appropriate, and from 1 to 5 for GM likes your idea. Pulling rank. That's what it was. 24.
All right. Well,
Person
Marissa,
has
what was your...
smooth operator, administration skill roll, previous requests not appropriate, request especially appropriate, request especially inappropriate.
Okay. Marissa, why don't you roll make a universe reaction roll, and on a good or better, your uncle actually will detest the very fact that Mussolini's done this to the people of this town. He actually knows somebody that actually was hard done by this decision, and he'd be more than happy to come out and deal with this.
Send some boys out.
Whoa!
Nope. My dice just don't want to
They don't want to
cooperate.
They don't want to help. No. What about your contact group?
Okay. So her contact group is the Italian film industry.
Now, because it's a group, any number of subset of skills could actually come into play here, like technical people, like film shoot location people, like
Actors.
actors, or even fellow stunt people who might have, equipment. I'm just suggesting.
Nope.
Oh!
Now she gets through to her contacts and says, I know this guy named Johnny Talon. He's a stunt pilot.
They hang up on him.
He's really good looking, but nope. Click.
Contacts are generally only for information, right?
No, they can do favors.
Yeah, so the for a group, it's a broad category of skills that are related to that group.
Time to go climbing. We need to get some rope. Let's see if what's his name? Lorenzo has some rope.
Well, how tall is that wall? Do we need a rope or do we just need a boost?
Well, it's going to be a climbing -3 roll to get up that
I
wall.
need as much benefit as I can get then.
Well, we can take all the extra time.
Maybe. But still, if we can get if the good restaurant guy has some rope, well, then we can maybe use that to assist.
Yeah, that's true. Or a stepladder.
I'm going to roll this and decide if I can use it somehow.
I was just looking at contacts, and Ronki, you're correct. The group contact still only involves information.
Now that's been expanded.
Alright, so my newspaper man contact is available. Is this newspaper man local, or is it, back in the States?
Well, I would say it's back in the States, because that's where you generate yourself from.
What's the current political environment with Italy and America, the US?
U.S. is very isolationist at this point. They're still going, no, we do not wish to get involved at all.
Yeah. So
Although
I would say
Roosevelt is doing some under the hood efforts to get us or get the states involved.
Ronki, what were you trying to find for Duke with the use of the contact?
I was wondering if it's possible to get a press pass. We're going to take some photos of this historical site. We have some camera people, and we have some talent, and we're going to do a bit of a tour. We're going to be in and out.
Okay. I guess I should state that in the intro I'd said that you guys were just finishing supper, so it's getting into evening, and the daughter is very concerned about her father's safety. I'm not sure if someone could come and do a kind of a night shoot at that time of the year, or sorry, that era.
Well, then, if it's at night, these guys are going to be tired and not interested in watching. So we might actually be able to sneak past.
Was someone going to go back to Lorenzo to see if he has a rope?
Oh, I didn't realize we had left the restaurant. I thought we were discussing. Sorry.
No. Well, yeah, you can be either at sort of outside the town, or you can still be at the restaurant if that's what you prefer to be.
But
Well,
I
let's
would
make it
like
simple
to
and say we hadn't left yet.
I would like to have the rope if possible. Hey, I can actually make a ladder. I have I have a carpentry at 13.
Okay. So yeah, Lorenzo does actually have some rope in his storage shed.
Shiny. No, wait.
Do you want to make a universe roll on a good or better? He actually has some type of old fishing anchor that would work as a grappling
I'll
hook.
give that a try.
Or a ladder?
Wow.
Neutral.
I am trying here. I am trying.
Well,
So
this is going to be a boondoggle.
It seems it's between either you go and just try someone to try and get up on the scale the wall unaided and then hook the rope to something, or you try to finagle with the police.
In this part of the city or town or whatever it is, are there people?
Oh yes, there are people all throughout New Calcutta.
So it's just inside the wall that there's no people.
That's correct.
All right, let's go sneaking. Do this. Seat of the pants.
What's your climbing skill there, Johnny, now?
It's
Johnny,
11.
I think he's 11. Yeah, like mine.
Does your Daredevil give you any advantage to this?
If he's doing something really stupidly risky.
Yeah, if I'm doing
Like-
something really stupid.
Like climbing a high medieval wall in the dark,
We need a short round.
carrying a roll of rope?
Outstanding.
Yeah, I don't know if that one is going to make the difference.
It'll
But
be
who knows?
fine. I am highly confident in all of this.
I'm not real keen on climbing a wall. One of us is bound to fall and break a leg. I think we should try and distract the guards in some way. Maybe find a kid to throw some rocks at the police and then run. Get them to chase.
Well, if you have some idea about how to do that, go for it.
If you win first, then we go your way.
Well, then let's try that. And we'll scale the wall as a last resort.
No, we'll scale the wall. You can just go distract them, and it's probably going to take it. We're going to have to get set up anyway.
All right. There are plenty of children of that adolescence age who are like kicking a soccer ball around and hanging out in one of the little courtyards.
Can we get an eye on where the police are? Are they like
At that
standing right at the checkpoint, or is the checkpoint off
Yeah.
to the side and it's possible, we could sneak through provided they're not looking this direction?
There's 6 police officers there, and unfortunately, they are sort of positioned in such a way that it would be difficult for you to sneak past them.
The only problem is if the kids throw rocks or whatever, not all 6 are going to go after them.
Yeah, probably not.
There are 2 motorcycles near them, and there's also a Fiat truck, headlights on, engine running.
One of the kids to steal the truck.
You just drive the truck through them.
Or you said you've got somebody who could be try to influence these cops?
What penalties to rolls would there be to try and influence them through a translator?
Yeah. I'm going to guess probably at least a minus. Let me say a -2.
What? Oh, through a translator.
And bribes, they work on diplomacy roles and stuff. So, who was rich?
That was Willie. Willie wants to climb, though.
All right, to hell with it. Let's climb then.
We could steal the truck so it's easier to climb.
Well, look at the scale from the checkpoint to where she indicated. It's not very far.
Is Patience talking to the police officers?
I have no idea. Patience, are you just directly going to talk to the cops?
Oh my God. Can you guys hear me now? I've been trying to talk for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
No wonder you guys are
now
ignoring
we
me.
can hear you.
She's not going to go talk to the guards. She's hearing you guys talk and she's like, I would just go talk to them. And then, I would ask them, do they speak French? And if not, then it must be stupid, because everybody, whatever. She's just kind of like thinking that to herself.
Are you thinking that Patience could be the diversion?
I had said earlier could be a diversion. You guys were talking about the kids, throwing rocks or stealing the car or whatever. She can also go up to them and she's got one of her things is she's got like a suitcase full of different changes of clothes. So she could kind of dress up kind of like a socialite and then kind of run up distressed and be like, oh, excuse me. Like somebody just tried to rob me. They went down that way, like and kind of see how many of the cops would go. But I guess you said there were 6 of them. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Man.
Which it could do a bluff.
Well, I'm betting as a general skill that this group is pretty light on stealth. So we're probably going to need the distraction to get over the wall with or without convincing the cops to let us in.
So Patience has stealth at 14 and climbing at 12 if we need to. Although she's not too keen on taking off her heels.
Do have scrounging as a possibility. You could actually scrounge a ladder.
And I also have
No scrounging?
scrounging. That's funny. I do have scrounging at 11.
What is this link? Look at all these modern cars.
Right, that is Kakatovetia.
Yeah, okay.
Do you want to try a scrounging roll, patience, to see if you can find something that could either be jury rigged as a hook for for scaling the wall, or perhaps a ladder at least that could take you up and.
Found
Finally.
Uncle's,
It's at the bottom of my bag.
it's an
whatever.
actual
Finally.
grappling hook.
So yes, so you
Aces.
manage to kind of like for like unbelievable luck, you actually manage to find some tossed out old like I say boating anchor that will definitely could be used as a grappling hook.
It could be an actual grappling hook that was left by the previous group that tried this adventure.
Yes.
So for anybody
Yes,
listening,
exactly.
she rolled a 4 critical success by 7 on scrounging.
Yeah. So, like I said, you found exactly what you were looking for to assist with this climbing and scaling the walls.
All right, we're gonna go climb the wall.
Let's go climb the wall. This will be great.
Somebody's gonna at least have to look out at the cops to make sure they're not taking notice.
So I'll say that when Patience finds she's a little bit tipsy because she loves her cocktails, and we were having dinner, so she had a couple of drinks, and she's just like, "Oh my god," she's kind of squeals in delight, and it's probably a little bit different than you guys knew her before. She was always so serious and kind of
Shooty.
bitchy. Yeah.
She's all Kaylee'd up. I might be looking at 30s slang.
All right. And so, is there any way to assist with this climbing roll?
Well, we're gonna take extra time. That's for damn sure. Now, how tall is the wall actually? Now that we're here.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a cliffhanger kind of game. I think it'll be like it's a check.
Right.
So
but
it's going to
how
be
tall is it?
It'll be
It's
tall enough
going-
that if we fail, it's going to hurt.
it's going to be a single roll with the rope, reducing the penalty to -2 up and -1 down.
It's assuming we properly secure said rope.
Stop overcomplicating things.
That's what makes it fun.
Uh-huh.
All right, and then we can take some extra time.
Right. I needed to know the height of the wall because we needed to know what the consequences of failure are going to look like.
Yes. What would the falling damage be?
One
Just gonna
mini
have to-
lots.
They've got the simplified falling damage in Action 2.
Right. So would it be conceivable the wall could be
19.
I was going to say 19 feet, 20 feet.
No, page 19. Not 19.
No, I've got the simplified
Okay.
I've got the simplified scale right here in front of me. So if it were like a 10-yard distance, the damage would be 3 dice.
So I'm looking at page 349 for climbing on the basic set. And out of combat, vertical stone wall, 4 feet per minute. Is that kind of what you're thinking? -3 modifier.
Y'all are overcomplicating things.
Well, I was just thinking if he wants us to climb for 2 minutes, it's 8 feet tall.
It matters because We don't want to take 30 minutes to climb a 6-foot wall.
It's not 6 feet.
Well,
We'll make it a 20-foot wall.
That's perfectly lines up with one roll every 5 minutes.
As
All
written,
right, so-
JC only requires one roll. So
all right, given that. So we're talking a 5-minute normal climb. It's going to be, is that with the rope or without?
that's with the rope.
That's with the rope. 5 minutes with the rope. And that was only going to be a -2 normally. So if we take
That's right.
doubles 10 minutes, that's +1. 20 minutes +2. Yeah. I'm okay with going the 10 minutes. I don't know if everybody else is.
Well,
You mean for fatigue?
The cops aren't looking around. They're kind of just sitting around smoking and joking, doing what people on watch do. Try to stave off boredom.
Until
LOL.
somebody crit fails.
Yep, I'm just looking. It's like extra time, 20 minutes for me puts me at 0. So that's going to give me a skill of 11. I am totally going to fall to my death here. This is going to be great.
Yeah. This is gonna be a whirlpool.
Marissa does not have climbing, so I think she's at a -5 total. So
I think-
yeah.
I think you might want to revisit the going to the checkpoint and seeing if you can't convince these guys to just bugger off.
Let's bribe them.
I have sever fair police, if that helps.
Okay, the problem with bribing them is exactly how much money it's going to cost.
Well, you're filthy rich, aren't you?
I probably shouldn't have played the filthy rich guy because it's like my brain always goes to, it's like, no, I'm not going to do that.
We did that bribe thing. That was in a different game. We don't have that document here.
Do we have the rope yet, or are we still
Yeah.
talking?
Oh yeah, you got a rope. You got a grappling hook.
I mean, is it up, like ready for us to start climbing?
Oh.
No, I think you're still debating whether this is the plan or whether it's just going to be go and try and manipulate these guys.
Well, kind of going back to what I was saying earlier. If it's going to take us, oh god.
Marissa's going to grab the rope
Critical fail on
and
the
the
impulse.
and
nice.
she's going to grab the rope and the grappling hook, and she's going to start trying to hook the grappling hook on the wall. She's tired of talking.
So
Oh, sorry, I had all my mods in there as well, but this 3/6 is just
It's
Okay.
it's going to take us, like
all right.
probably 20 minutes to get up and over the wall for one of us to get up and over the wall. So if somebody wants to run over there and see if they can bribe the cops, by all means, stop us before we do something stupid.
Okay. So Marissa, you literally grabbed the rope with the hook and tried to give it your best all to get it up over the wall.
yeah.
Toss it over the side.
Is that a strength check?
So what were you trying to do? This was just you were trying to default climb at this point, weren't you?
Yeah, well, right now she's trying to hook the grappling hook over the wall so that we have the rope ready to go, so she can start
Okay.
trying her default climb.
I see. Was that roll you just rolled was just by mistake?
No, that was the impulsive roll to just say, F this, I'm going to start trying to hook the rope.
Okay. So you were just going to try and throw it up over the wall or get it hooked. Is that correct?
Yep.
I've really good
Fortunately,
luck
that
for
wasn't
this.
a throwing roll.
So as you guys are standing there
Yeah,
debating,
that's just the self-control
calculating,
roll, right? Yeah.
yeah, calculating, so on and so forth. Well, I mean, she can fail, right? She can fail her impulsiveness if she wants.
Well,
Which she did.
she critically failed it. That's what I rolled. She rolled 3 6s.
Right.
So
So
she is taking action because she's tired of talking.
right. Okay. All right. So you grab the rope, you try to fire it up over the wall, correct?
Yep.
And you
Is
crit
that
fail.
no.
No.
She crit. No, the impulsive roll was the crit fail. Now
Yeah,
she
she
has
has.
to make. I need a roll for throwing the grappling hook.
Okay, gotcha. I'm confused because I see default -5 extra time yada yada in there.
Yeah, that was all my modifiers for the climbing roll that we were
Okay,
talking
gotcha,
about.
gotcha. All right. So you are just grabbing the rope and now you're going to toss it up.
Yep.
Okay, so that would be a throwing check.
Is there a default for that?
I think
Looks
throwing is
like-
Dex -3 default.
Yeah, that's what that looks like when I put it in GCA for my guy.
And if she's not trying to hit a
Ha-ha!
person, it might be slightly easier.
Success by 1.
Okay, so you fire it up, it flings over and hooks on the top of the wall.
And she's now going to start climb.
Okay, one climbing roll at, well, what did you say
Hey,
the modifier was?
let me give
I
you a
think it
hand there,
was-
Toots.
She's like,
So-
oh, I like the way you say that. Give me a shove.
All right.
And
So what was
I think she's at a total -5. So her default's -5. Taking some extra time gives her a +2, and then the rope is an additional -2, right?
that's correct?
The rope. Wait, what?
Yeah.
All
With
right,
the
yeah,
rope, the
it's-
climbing
with
wall
the
is
rope,
at
it's
-2.
-2 instead of -3.
That's right.
Yeah.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah. So she kind of gives Johnny like an eyebrow quirk and says, "Come on, let's go."
Right
And
behind
probably
you.
promptly falls on her butt. Nope.
Out.
Okay.
Rope burn.
And that's the last
Ah!
we see of Marissa.
Okay. So Marissa, you get halfway up and lose your grip. And can you do an acrobatics check to reduce the damage of your fall? I believe you can.
Normally you can if you have it.
Excellent.
She has it.
She also has stuff like fit, combat reflexes. I don't know if any of that is
Nah,
Uh,
not in this case.
okay. She
Yep,
also
so acrobatics.
has a skill, a technique called break fall.
Right. That would have been useful here if it was better.
Yeah, it is
so finally,
better by 2.
A successful acrobatics roll will reduce the effective distance of any fall by 5 yards.
So she
So-
should be fine.
Yeah, break fall. Let's see. Deducts 1 plus your margin of success from damage as well. So that's the break fall technique.
Oh, that's interesting. So it doesn't just knock off the 5 yards?
Yeah, it just says successful break fall roll
May
deducts
subs-
1
yeah.
plus your margin of success from damage.
You may substitute break fall for acrobatics when rolling to reduce the effective distance of a fall.
Okay.
Any success lets you end up crouching if you wish.
Yeah, so you've negated the fall.
So like a cat, Marissa drops to the ground and you all kind of like And
I'm
then
gonna
it can
clap.
ooh.
It's surprising
Yeah.
she's got that break fall ability, but not climbing.
The cops are
I know,
climbing
right?
too.
Nice save.
Yeah. So she kind of stands up, does a hair flip. I meant to do that.
Huh.
Nice.
All right, my turn.
Oh, geez.
And he doesn't
I-
have all this stuff, so he's gonna plunge to his death. This is gonna be great.
Yeah. So Marissa
So-
will position herself so she has a nice view.
I am going to whatever it is that he's going to do it
Badly.
a little recklessly. So he would be -3 instead of a -2, and then gain the 1 for the daredevil, which puts him at the -2.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, I don't have all those mods set up. Damn it. All right, well, we're going with 2 for time. And 2 for the rope. Ultimately, that's what's going to get me is an 11, which is basically 50-50. Here we go.
Willie-
Dice, coin flip.
Oh.
And I made it.
Now, for complementary skill rolls, can Willie, you've got climbing, correct?
I do.
Can you yourself make a climbing roll in order to help someone with a climbing roll?
I believe you can if the GM likes the
Well,
idea.
haven't we been doing this in Star Wars where we're trying to complement rolls?
I think we were using a different mechanic for that, but yeah. There's also the you can also do a group roll, which they talk about in Dungeon Fantasy. Actually, I think they do that in action as well. But the issue here being, I think the best skill we actually have in climbing right now is 11, so that's really not
12.
worth it. Okay, a 12.
Okay, well, Johnny got up there.
Johnny on the spot.
I can potentially help somebody.
And Marissa will go ahead
What's
and
it like on the other
start climbing
side?
up again.
I'm assuming it's not a 20-foot drop on the other side as well.
No, because there's like a roof right there.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Johnny will stay there and try to help up people.
Yeah, and I'd like to try to help as much as I can too.
So, for those of you who don't have the climbing skill, I'm going to say that those with climbing can roll at least to make an assist of a +1 to your roll, i.e., put your foot there. Yes, yes. Now just keep walking. That's right. You're doing it right. Something like that.
Where is the stuff on
Okay.
assist?
You want me to? Who doesn't have climbing that still needs to go? Is that Marissa?
Yeah.
Well, Duke's going to go next. Shaking his head. This is crazy.
I don't know if there's an actual GURPS rule on it, but it's going to
I
be
thought there
it's going
was.
to be Nosh's rule.
Holy cow.
Well, it's a complementary skill, as long as it just makes sense, to the GM on how we're describing it.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense to the GM.
So, Duke is up.
Duke, well done.
It is the modifiers are +2, -2, right?
It's yes, +2 for taking the extra time, -2 for the use of the rope on the wall.
Right. So Duke will help from the top. Maybe Duke and Johnny can lift people up, so they don't need to
Precise.
climb.
Precisely.
Well,
So
Who's going next?
probably the person who doesn't have the skill. So the people that do have the skill are on either side trying to make sure she doesn't die.
Right.
let me do okay, honey. Like he goes up to Marissa. She's like trying to, like you said, giving her the advice. So I can do the complimentary skill for Marissa if she wants to go now.
Yeah, might as well.
Okay.
Here comes the 18 again. Hey, that's right. It does occur to me. We were joking that we're like, yeah,
Success by 0.
how many criticals fails are we going to see? Well, there's one.
Well done. Who does this leave on the ground? Willie and Marissa?
And Patrice, yeah, Patience
Yeah,
is
that was
helping.
Yeah, she was doing an assist.
Okay. So, Patience, you're assisting someone in trying to climb.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Trying to get-
So whoever you were assisting, they get a +1 to their climbing roll.
So effectively a -4. This is awesome.
Oh my God. Can we tie the waist? Oh,
Woohoo! It worked. Thank you. Needed that +1.
Excellent. Excellent. So,
long as you
Marissa,
get
you
there.
get up. And now that leaves Willie and Patience.
so
Yeah.
nobody's gonna catch me if I fall. Oh man.
Well, we can kind of pull you up, though.
She takes off her heels and like hands them to Willie. Can you hold these for me, dear?
Certainly. Right. So which of us is going up next?
Ladies first. So
Okay.
and she says that and she starts climbing.
So this is I'm gonna be the one that's gonna thoroughly fail and plunge to my doom. Yeah.
So it's
This is
so
gonna be great.
are we effectively a net 0 then, right? You said -2 + 2, so net 0.
That's
Right.
correct. Okay, and at this point, with enough of you up there, and here's the thing, there's any number, as if you've ever looked at Italian hill towns and their roofs, there's any number of chimneys, any number of strange, like poles and things up on the top of these things, that if you really just want to get Willie to tie this around his waist and haul him up, you can do that
It'll
too.
be fine. He's got an overconfidence of 6 or less. Bad roll coming. Booyah! There's my bad roll.
Right. Well, he's had a fair amount of help with that.
That's also, don't you have to, isn't like there's like by 5 or something to actually fall?
No, I don't think
I
so.
can swear that's what that was, but oh well.
If well, I guess the only thing I could say is make a dex check to see if you just hold on to the.
Nope.
Nope.
I thought we were going
Okay.
to pull him up.
Well, that's what I thought you were doing, and he was being rather impulsive. Were you?
He's got an overconfidence of 6 or less.
Okay. All right. So I'll say you get about halfway up, so you're not falling the whole the whole way. You take 4 points of damage.
Ow. That hurt a little bit. Holy crap, I didn't realize how crappy his hit points were.
Yeah, well, these aren't
Nope.
action heroes.
Nope.
So, are you happy to allow them to pull you up?
I am double checking something. Hold on. Oh, nope, never mind. Any failure means you fall. Okay. I don't know why I was thinking it was right. So I am going to secure myself with the rope, so I will only fall to the end of the rope if I fail a critical fail.
Are you allowing them to pull you up to assist you in that?
I suspect he was planning on doing the climbing, but once they see that he's tied himself off, they can like start yanking him up.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
He's like,
All
"No,
right. So let's have our strongest characters make a strength check at +1, please.
here comes the critical fail on the strength test."
Actually, who are our strongest characters?
Marissa's one of them.
She is?
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
She's got a strength of 12.
Wow, she's buff.
There's
All
a
right,
good roll.
that's-
6 by 7.
That's more than enough. You guys easily haul Willie up to the top of the cliff. He's bruised,
Ow.
but not bad.
So that basically took 20 minutes apiece.
That hurt a little bit.
So we've almost been here for 2 hours.
It's fine. Now we have to get down the other side.
Now you're on a roof.
So we can't take another 20 minutes, right?
No, you can easily get down the way these.
No, I mean because it's like I would probably like, I want to wrap this up. All right, let's go.
So I guess we kind of tuck the grappling hook and the rope in a place where we can get to it when we're leaving.
Sounds good. And Marilla, who herself is not a good climber, she has she's sort of well, I guess, are you pulling her up? I guess you're going to have to pull her up
Wait, no, we weren't bringing her into the city.
because you don't know where to go.
She pointed it out to us, didn't she?
It's not like you've got a map. I mean, you've got a
Okay.
map. You've got a map, but it's not like you guys have maps. So let's just do those strength checks again to pull up Marissa. Or
Is that
Marissa.
is that also gonna take like probably the 20 minutes?
I don't think so. She's not really climbing. You're just pulling her up.
Yeah, not to pull her up. It shouldn't be much.
Well, I was
And
mostly asking because
And I would say the
probably
same
gonna
thing.
it's probably
I
gonna
would say
do
the
like a
same-
first aid if possible.
Yeah, I would say the same thing for Willie. Like he wasn't taking that long to climb. He was getting pulled. So yeah, 20, 40, 60, about 80 minutes passed for you guys to all climb up here.
Okay. So I think we're okay to haul her up.
I think so too.
Right.
All right. So, and Willie, if you, I think you'll have to wait until you're got a bit more resting time to do a first aid check. So she begins to navigate her way down off of a roof. She sort of knows where you can move from one roof down to another to a stairwell to get to the floor. However, while you're sort of up at the top, can someone, or you can all, if you wish, make observation rolls openly?
Got a success by 6.
Is that just perception or the observation skill?
Oh, it's just observation. I
Okay.
see. Some of you rolled perception. Okay.
Yeah, because I don't have the observation skill.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same.
That's fine. That's fine. So what you do notice when you get up there and you have a kind of a view of the entire town, you can see that there is a patrol, and these aren't cops. These are likely the people that took her father into their custody. But they appear to be sort of moving away from your vantage point, maybe back up towards where the checkpoint is. But obviously, they're patrolling the streets.
Does what's her name identify them as the Vipers?
She called them the Vipers. So she begins to lead you through the streets up towards where her father's house is. And from a vantage point, you can see that there are 2 men standing guard outside the door to their small house. You can see dim lantern light coming from inside the house, and it's the only house with light on, because everything else has been evacuated.
Is there a back door?
Yeah, the Vipers are standing outside the only door in, but there is a little alleyway that you could probably sneak around to. And she says there's a window that you could get through.
This is gonna be great. My stealth's 10.
Let's see, what is my default stealth?
Nice.
Yeah, same.
It is dark, right?
Oh, yes, it is dark.
Dex -5 or IQ -5.
So we'll
You
give
can do
you
Dex.
a +4 on your stealth checks. Well done. Woohoo.
All right, success by 7.
Yep, here it comes. Ooh, not bad. Success by
Well
3.
done. And that leaves Johnny.
Stand by. Oh, stupid.
I like how Mel expects the worst, so every roll she's not disappointed.
I know, right? It's like a nice
+4,
little
you
Christmas present, you know?
Well done. You
Holy
managed
crap,
to
we
slip.
didn't fail horribly?
You managed to slip in to this little alleyway, and indeed, she's correct. There was a window. It's open. And from your vantage point, you can see into sort of a living room area. There's a lantern actually sitting on a cupboard, which is just located below the window or in front of the window, but you can sort of see that there's what looks like maybe a bedroom door. You can sort of see the main door, which is actually closed, but it looks like no one's actually inside the living room area.
All right.
What do you do?
That'll be a 20-foot climb to get through the window.
No, it's not. Fortunately.
Very carefully climb in through the window.
Okay. So one by one, you climb into this modestly furnished living room. Many of the possessions are still here, owing to the rushed nature in which everyone was evacuated. You do know that there are 2 guards on the other side of the main door, and what appears to be the only door into the house. And you can hear some voices from the basement.
Can we hear what language they're speaking?
They're actually speaking in English.
Can we make out what they're saying?
No, not really. Just
we
one
should
voice
get
appears
closer.
to be one voice appears to be a little bit louder than the other. I'm going to move you now into a map so you can see physically where you are.
Purely illustrative.
Marissa's going to look around and see if there's an empty glass on a table or an empty cup.
And knock it off.
Oh yes, there is.
Okay, I saw this in a movie once, in a horror movie. The movie was terrible, but it was great. And she picks up the glass and like holds it up against the wall to see if that actually helps make it easier to hear.
And all you hear is, "Get
Alrighty, I'm going to put you in the room.
You have to share the map.
Well, I will.
He's got to apply the future blood stains first.
We're in the combat tracker. No good is going to come of this."
I see hexes.
And can you see your environment, or is it all dark?
We can see the environment with line of sight applied.
Okay. So you're in kind of a living room space. The voices appear to be coming from an open door located here. Give me one moment.
One moment, please.
Yeah, there's a door. Well, you can easily surmise it goes down to a cellar, and that's where the voices are coming from.
Is this our window over here?
That's correct. Yes, it is.
So as we were coming through the window, we would have seen potentially a little better down the hall.
Yeah, and that door is closed, but that's where 2 guys are standing.
We will creep.
So that door is where the guys are standing.
That's correct.
Just because Duke is... The guys that were standing at the door, how close were they to the door? Like right
Just
next
outside.
to it?
Yeah, just outside the door.
So they're
Smoking
within...
cigarettes, chatting.
If Duke goes over to the door and locks it, they're likely to hear the lock, right?
I would think so, unless Duke really succeeds in a stealth check with some negatives.
Did Marilla on the way here give us kind of like an idea about the layout of the house?
She said her father's library was in the basement, but she said it's a 2-bedroom bungalow, but the basement contained all his books and some furnishings.
Interesting. So they're in the basement as well. They must be after the same thing.
I'm going to go to the basement. We should go to the basement.
Yeah. Which way is the basement?
So the basement is basically right. The stairs are right here.
We'll go that way. Quietly.
Okay, so stealth checks, everyone, going down the stairwell, please.
Do we
You
still
can
have
make
the
those-
+4?
You can make these rolls at +3 because the voices downstairs are getting very loud.
What devilry is this?
Look at this. Amazing. I will transport you to where you are going to be standing in the stairwell as you get to the basement.
We all succeeded again. We're gonna die.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be a crit party.
Are we on a different map or is it the same map?
You know, it's just occurring to me that I wonder if, so if you have walls set up so it does the line of sight, that's not, those walls are going to stay where they are if you, for example, switch to a different map.
Do you see yourselves on a map or not?
I see the map, but it's all black around me.
Interesting. Well, that's very interesting.
Yeah, same here. Oh,
It
I think
just
stuff
cleared a
started
little.
showing.
Okay.
Yep, so it's working.
That's very interesting. I am not sure what happened there, but almost like the light feature kind of just screwed up there. Let me try again.
Well,
How about now? Is it still dark?
Yep.
where'd everybody
Nuts.
go?
Yeah, it's weird. It's like I can see it, but it's dim. Oh, nope, now I can see the light.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just going to turn the general lighting on. Forget about the, I'm not sure why it's not working, but that's okay.
You're doing it wrong.
Something's going wrong. Alrighty, so you come down basically hugging the wall and you can hear voices coming from like that direction.
Can we hear
And
what
now-
they're saying now?
Yep. So what you hear is, okay, Professor, I have almost had enough of you stalling. You've stalled me for far too long. I simply want to have the book I have come here and asked for. I realize you had to talk to the police. I realize you had to take me on a tour of the town. I realize you had to do all these things to stall me. But I've come to the end of my patience. Now either give me the book I've asked for, Professor, or I'm going to take this knife and put it somewhere you will not like it. And then I will just simply have to go through all these books myself. You hear another man going, "Impossible. You don't read ancient languages. It'll be a waste of your time."
What? I'm sorry. And what language did you say they were speaking?
English.
Right. Okay.
Do we recognize the accents?
Well, obviously one is the father. He's got a heavy Italian accent. The other two, well, the other one voice, I would say maybe it's more Eastern Europe.
I meant to ask this, but how is everybody actually armed? Is everybody actually armed?
Well, you left your guns at the restaurant, I think.
Why would we do that?
Why would we do that?
Or they
That
fell out
would
of
be
your
a
pockets
silly thing
during
to
the
do.
climbing.
Marissa didn't have any weapons to begin with.
Remember when your guns fell out of your pockets and fired, and then the police actually ran away because they were scared and the gate was open?
I do not remember this.
We forgot that part?
Uh-oh. Oh, God. The two of them are impulsive.
No wonder they get
Yeah,
along.
Wait,
Marissa and Johnny they're terrible for each other.
You had a -10 to that?
That was a voluntary -10.
I love it.
Okay. Is anybody else just simply going to be impulsive and just run into the room?
Well,
Well, as soon as
Duke
he-
will
The
go.
last,
Wait.
the last time
Then
I
it's
was
too late.
impulsive, Johnny got shot, so she's kind of holding back a little bit.
Yeah, as soon as you see Johnny moving forward, Willie's going to be, advancing forward, sort of stealthily as well, with his crappy little 38 bean shooter out.
Okay, so Johnny, what you see is the following.
Catastrophe.
You see Albertuccio. You see this nefarious looking fellow. And you see this guy.
Who has a resemblance to Mark Hamill?
That's right. Patience wants to shoot Johnny again.
And he's holding a submachine gun.
I strongly suspect the machine gun fellow is going to be the first person to be shot.
Well,
You have them by surprise. You have them by surprise if you wish to engage in combat. Otherwise, feel free to tell me you're not going to do anything, and we'll start role playing it out.
Well, Johnny wasn't really thinking about it all that much, to be fair. So he just kind of stepped around the corner, puts his hands up, and say, "I seem to have misplaced my library card, Professor."
Lordy, lordy.
I see we are somewhat strict about that sort of thing here.
Okay, so at this point, is Duke and Willie and Marissa all kind of coming out from the cover of the stairwell?
Yes. Duke will
So
say,
bas- Yep.
don't try anything, as he's pointing his pistol in their direction.
Okay. So the Count will look at you. Yeah, absolutely stupefied. And the guy holding the submachine gun doesn't have it pointed your way. He kind of was just like, had it sort of down towards the ground. So you definitely got the drop on him. And Count Malefic says, "Oh, what do we have here? Some visitors, Albertuccio? You didn't tell me you had company coming so late in the night? Oh, I see a number of them now. How can we all be of help to you, good people?"
You can start by putting your guns down.
Hmm. One moment, please. Okay, so Duke, are you trying to intimidate them? Or using diplomacy?
I guess I'm going to go with the diplomacy because I don't have intimidation.
You need intimidation.
Everybody always wants to intimidate.
So then I'll go with my normal reaction roll, since that was failed.
Alrighty.
Unless it's worse.
Huh. Okay.
Well, I don't get a choice.
He shoots you in the face.
So basically, you fail your diplomacy check. So that's not going to rule in your favor. And you
So,
got a poor reaction.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
What was that?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I hit the button by accident.
Oh.
So, so the
Dude's
Count,
gonna tell him to shoot you.
the Count grabs the old man and puts his knife up to his neck and says, "I don't think so, American."
Ah, see, guys? He's the bad guy. Only the bad guys do that.
Duke will go, Nim?
Nim?
It's the same voice. Or same voice actor.
Not exactly. Just the same voice actor.
I suggest that you allow me to retrieve what I've come for. I think Albertuccio finally understands how serious I am. There's no need for violence.
Says the
mean,
guy
I
holding
just-
a knife to this fellow's throat.
I just came for my book, and that is all. But if you're threatening us, well, then I will raise the stakes and take the old man with me.
Did you forget your library card too?
And
Do you believe we're gonna have to shoot this guy?
Albertuccio puts his hands up. He says, okay. There's no need for violence. There's no need for violence. I can easily give you the book you've come for, Count." "That's more like it, Albertuccio. I don't know why you wouldn't have done this sooner and saved all of us the trouble." And he looks over at his accomplice and motions for him to just keep the submachine gun, trained down towards the ground. Kind of nods in approval. What would you
Duke.
all like to do?
Duke will say, "Who is this Albertucci? Is he important to us?"
Albertuccio is the father of.
Yeah,
Well,
the girl's father.
Duke knows this, but he's trying to rob them of their bargaining chip here.
Oh, that's what you're saying to the Count.
Well, no, I'm saying that to the group, loud enough for the Count to hear. So
And,
that
sorry, what was your question again?
it was, who is this Albertuccio? Is he important to us?
Now the important question is, do we get it?
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty smart.
You're above average.
IQ rolls.
I don't want to do an IQ roll. I know I'm going to roll a Mel die.
Wahahaha.
Is this you trying to connect that this old man is Albertuccio, the father?
No. He's trying to mess with the bad guys, so he's trying to tell them that he doesn't mean anything to us.
So
Although then
holding
that
him
leads to
hostage.
question, that would lead to the questions like, well, why are we in here then? And if the chick
Well, it
is
would.
with us, if the chick is with us, then she would totally have done something like "Daddy" or "Papa" or whatever.
Well, she's not with you. She stayed out.
Right. Okay.
So I'm sorry. I know I'm a little tired and I'm confused. Are you asking this between yourselves, or are you actually posing this question to the
I'm
Count?
posing this question to the group so the Count can hear, but Duke is doing it in such a way that, who is this guy? Does he mean anything to us? Do we care if this guy cuts his throat? So that the Count will believe, oh shit, holding a knife to this guy's throat isn't the bargaining chip I thought it was.
Understood. Well, what are you all saying in response to that?
Yeah, I'm contemplating. I'm looking at my disadvantages and such like that.
Sense of duty cannot harm innocence would definitely come into effect here.
That's pacifism cannot harm innocence.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that one.
Whatever.
No, I don't have that, oddly and surprisingly enough. How is Willie going to react to that?
The only thing along.
The only thing that patient, I don't know, I can't think of anything else to say to Duke is like, I don't know. I think isn't he the guy that burned some books or something? Like whatever she remembered from her role
Right.
before.
That
Like, isn't he
wasn't
the
him.
guy that it wasn't him? Oh shoot.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like you
that
said,
doesn't
Never
mean
like,
she
no.
can't be confused about it. Hey, isn't that
Well,
guy? No, that's not that guy.
Definitely
Burned the
confused.
manuscript.
So Johnny is particularly impulsive right now. So I think what he is going to do at this point is start, and I'm just going to make this move so you can see it. He's going to go around the corner and head toward the bookshelf, whatever bookshelf it is, and say, "Hey, let me help. Point me to the book thing. Where is that?"
Okay, that entire wall behind the Count, that's all books.
Oh.
And what you're looking at is a little writing desk, I believe.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. So he's basically going to start. I guess he'll head this direction then, and
Okay.
do the same thing basically. Like, all right, where's the book? Can you point me to it? And do you have this organized by the Dewey Decimal System? Do I need to look this up? Where's the cards?
So at that, both Albertuccio and the Count kind of like look at you like, where did you come from? What are you doing here? And how do you know about the Dewey How does this factor? And they both look kind of like jaw dropped stunned as they watch you walking and talking in this way.
Well, he's not inaccurate. The Dewey Decimal System was first published in 1876.
It's more a stunned look of like, you just appeared out of nowhere and you're nonchalantly just going to walk over to the bookshelf as if what you're seeing before you isn't really unplaying. And yeah, so they're both
I
kind of
really
like,
don't care that they have guns pointed at me,
huh?
because
All
I've
right, so
already
that's
had my
what,
lead for the day.
That's what Johnny's doing. Willie, you're just keeping yourself aiming on SMG
I'm not really
guy?
aiming. I'm not really aiming. He's basically leaning against the chair, but he does have his pistol out, and it's probably pointed to the ground as well.
Okay. And Marissa, what are you doing?
Taking off of Johnny's cue, she'll be like, I'll start at the other end of the bookshelf, and she'll start walking that way and kind of give the gunman, her and her attractive self, give the gunman kind of like a sly once over, like maybe try to distract him a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. So
And now you're like,
again,
Duke is like, wait,
like-
what?
Like, how you doing?
so the SMG guy is like not pointing his SMG at you, but he's like rotating his body to follow where you're going. Patience, you're hearing all of this unfold.
Right. Why am I not able to see it?
Are you coming down? There we go. How's that?
Oh, that's better. The SMG guy is, where's he at? Oh.
Right in front of you.
Oh, SMG Viper. Sorry.
Yep.
And the other guy has a gun, you said.
The other guy has a knife up
I'm
to
sorry, a knife.
Albertuccio's neck.
Yeah. Well, Patience is just gonna take a step into the room, step closer, kind of right behind Duke, and she's just gonna take a aim maneuver on SMG Viper.
Okay. So this all sort of unfolds as Duke is making this comment about, well, what does this guy mean to us? And again, Albertuccio says, please, everyone, please calm down. There's no need for violence. I'm going to give him the book he needs. It's okay. I will be fine. And he and the Count kind of move over this way to the shelf. And Albertuccio starts to kind of, he rotates and he starts to glance over a particular section of books. And then he finds this slim little volume that looks very old. And he says, here, and he hands it to the Count. This is what you want. You can have it. I don't want anyone to die, especially me. Well, that's more like it, Albertuccio. You foreigners, he looks at all of you. You're all alike. You can't help but stick your nose in other people's business. Now that I have what I've come for, I will take Albert with me, and we will step out of this house and into the night, and I hope to never see any of you ever again.
Anybody have
Hey, you have
body
to sign
language
for the old man.
detect-wise?
What's that?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just wondering if anybody had body language or detect lies,
Oh,
because I don't trust this bad guy. I mean, look,
Okay,
he's
so
got a red
Duke.
circle around him.
Yeah, hang on.
That means he's probably bad.
Marissa does have body language human, but it is only a 10, so it's not very good.
It's better than my I can't make the roll.
Duke, you get the sense that he is being sincere, that he actually isn't lying, and he really has just got what he came for.
Duke will say, well, I don't know who the old man is, but Mr. Albert, do you want to go with this gentleman?
And just to let Marissa know, Marissa, your body language is telling you that, you know, the Count is obviously looking concerned, but you're not getting the sense that he is that his body language isn't saying anything to suggest that he's being anything but genuine. You're tracking the fact that he's understandably upset and nervous, but you don't get the sense that he's meaning anyone any harm. And so, Duke, to your question, Albertuccio says, he holds his hands up. He says, I appreciate that my daughter has probably brought you here to look after me. It is so good of you to do this for her. She must be worried. I will be fine. I've given the Count what he wants, and I'm not too worried. I'm sure he will let me go. He wants the book, not an old theologian. And the Duke snorts and says, exactly. This does not have to come to bloodshed.
What's the book about?
how do you pronounce this word?
And the Count simply says, the book is of my concern, and Albertuccio is happy to let me have it. I'll leave it to Albertuccio to tell you what it's about. And if I may, I would now like to leave.
So Duke will say, so what's the book about, Albert?
Albert says, give me a second here. Albert says, it is a book about the tomb of Queen Hetshepsut, one of the few women pharaohs of ancient Egypt. That's all the book is about.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Well, Willie knows some stuff about.
Willie, he's saying the truth, and if you give me a history Egypt roll at -2, I'll tell you a bit more.
Another one?
Or an archaeology roll.
Is that also at -2?
No.
I fail by 1, so
Okay.
don't know.
You have a recollection that this is a tomb you've heard about having been dug up, but that's about all you can remember. So he's being honest. He's being truthful.
All right. Well, this will be interesting to see how this guy inevitably betrays us.
Is that all? Is that all? Can I now leave with my associate, and you can spend as much time with old Albertuccio as you wish, poring over all these books?
Duke will he'll lower his pistol.
And the Count looks at the rest of you, looks at Patience.
With a shrug, she lowers her pistol as well, but keeps it out.
Very wise of all of you. Very wise. Because had you decided to do something violent, I can tell you the police outside are well within my pay. And he begins
How much
to
are you
move.
paying them?
He begins to move with Albertuccio back towards the stairwell. Is anyone going to stop him or shoot or?
Marissa doesn't try to stop, but she despises cops, so she'll make a face and mutter in Italian about, I knew it, the cops are corrupt in this town.
And Malefect, in perfect Italian, looks at you as he walks by and says, "Oh, delightfully so." So if no one's going to stop them, they'll make it to the stairwell, and basically
We should
Count will
probably
go up.
follow them up to make sure he
Yeah,
doesn't gank the dude and leave him there.
So if you're all kind of like,
Yeah.
watching what's going on, basically he just takes Albert sort of and pulls him up step by step, watching you until he gets to the top. Closes the door to the stairwell, and then you hear the exterior door shut, and then all is silent.
So did he take the old man with him, or did he leave him at the top of the stairs? I wasn't real clear on what he was doing with him.
Yeah, as soon as he got to the stairwell, he did take the professor beyond the stairwell and shut the door, and then you hear the exterior door open and close.
Well, have to rush up. We don't need. We're here for the old man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let him leave the basement door shut. We're gonna go right to the door, open it again.
Okay.
So we'll
So
probably see them as they exit.
Yeah, as you open the door, you see Albertuccio standing with his hands up at his front door, and that door closes. And then Albertuccio turns to look at you, and kind of just like a wash of relief just comes over his face.
We should probably get you out of here, Professor.
Yeah, they're probably gonna burn this place down.
So Albertuccio smiles and motions you to come downstairs with him.
Is that wise?
I
with
knew
these
he was
dudes?
crafty.
Is that
He
wise
probably
with
gave
all
the wrong
these
book.
guys?
Yeah.
With all these guys crawling around the town?
He motions you to come downstairs.
Well, okay.
Duke will follow.
I'll
So will
stick my
Marissa.
head out. I'll stick my head out the window real quick and I guess I'll tell what's her name to come on in, but she won't know what I'm saying.
Well, she's already come to the house because she sees them leave. Albertuccio asks you to. He walks over to his bookcase, and he says, "I don't know how long it will take. I don't know how long it will take the Count to figure it out, but I gave him the wrong book."
Well, that was pretty smart.
We should probably not be here when he does.
Crafty old man.
You should
He,
probably not be here when he does.
Once he realizes that it's written in Latin, he'll have to have it translated. By all this time, it will make no difference.
Why can't he? He can't read Latin? What kind
He
of
can't
treasure
read
hunter
Latin.
is he?
He can't read Latin.
Why was that book so important to him?
He grabs the real book from another place in the bookshelf and says, "Come upstairs. Why don't we discuss this over a cup of coffee?"
Well, we discussed this elsewhere, so before these guys come back.
"Oh, I don't think they'll come back," he says. "They're so stupid, these fascists. You know, I think it'll be a while before he realizes I've duped him. Nobody in his entourage can speak or read Latin." Anyway,
I would love a
I'm-
coffee.
I'm open to going back to my home in New Calcutta if you would like to join me there.
I
Well,
don't think
we'll
we
have
want to
to
lower the old man down over the wall.
We're gonna do a sled for life.
Oh, he says, no. We'll just walk through the gates.
I figured he's gonna, go over to this little bus, antique bus, push the head back, push a button, and there's like a secret passage.
I am sure with the Vipers gone, the police are not going to be so concerned about who's coming out of the town.
Besides, as you said, they're corrupt, right?
Oh, yes, very corrupt. So with that, he hugs his daughter, and you all kind of make your way through the twisted streets, narrow streets of old Calcutta. You come up to the gate, and the police are rather surprised to see everybody pouring out, but Albertuccio simply tips his hat at them, says something in Italian. Their arms go up. Some of them look like surprised. Some of them look like, oh, whatever, who cares? Get out of here, old man, that sort of thing. And they kind of look at all of you and with some
We're
wonder,
with him.
but they're not concerned about you leaving the town, obviously. And you go back to Albertuccio's house, and he makes you some good coffee and sits down and says to you, "It is so strange. I don't quite understand why the Vipers would want to steal this old book. It is not even one of a kind. There is another copy in the libraries at Oxford. But I've perused it several times, and there's really nothing to it. It's the sad and scattered thoughts of Vicar Eustace, a priest who was overcome with grief from the death of his brother. It has nothing to do with the tomb that the Count is looking for. The tomb of Queen Hetshepsut.
Thought they found that in 22.
One of the few women pharaohs of ancient Egypt. The queen is said to have been buried with 40 solid gold chariots. Whoever found her tomb would be very rich. Oh, I'm going to have to mistakenly retcon something. Your successful roll told you they didn't find that tomb. They've been searching for it, but they've never found it. But you've heard about the search.
Ah. Right, it was King Tut's tomb they found in 22.
That's it. It was Tut's tomb.
Howard Carter.
Yeah, but Hatshepsut's tomb they've never found.
How much
or at least
is a
all their
gold
digs have
chariot
ended in vain.
worth?
I have no idea how much a gold chariot would be worth, but if you had 40 of them, well, it could bankroll quite a bit of things.
I'm imagining things I could bankroll with that.
Oh my God, I'm imagining the things that you and Marissa would get up to and bankroll with that. I want a plane that will explode, but then another plane will come out of it.
I think I could make that work.
Yep.
He says the only other copy, sadly, was burned by my colleague James Curl just a few weeks ago. But it was the Vipers who went after him. And then they found out that I had a copy.
Well, that seems odd. Why would they be? Okay, so what is the, is there anything in the book that would be useful in that capacity?
I don't fully understand. I mean, aside from the, the rumors that she was buried with 40 solid gold chariots, and perhaps this is why the Vipers are looking for some money. The only other explanation is that he would have wanted perhaps to find the story about the author, the Vicar Eustace, who was nearing the end of his sojourn in Egypt. He fell asleep in a place called the Contemplation Chamber of Sekhmet, where he apparently received a vision of Queen Hetshepsut visiting him and inviting him to live with her in his palace. But scholars believe this was a vision of some warning, that the Vicar Eustace took it as a warning that he would be tempted by the devil if he stayed any longer in Egypt, and so he soon took a boat back to England. I can show you exactly where the vicar wrote about this thing, and
I would love
to
see that.
Open the book.
Also, who exactly are the Vipers?
Well, I can tell you about them if you would like to know a bit more.
Absolutely.
Well, my understanding of them, and of course, they've been around for a little while, but they're a secretive mercenary group. They go by the name of the Testament of Vipers.
Yep, it's Cobra.
Now, does anybody have politics? I know I asked about hidden lore conspiracies.
I do not.
Just headline news.
Piloting.
Okay. All right. So yeah, they're a secretive group, and they obviously have their fingers in some in many things I've heard. I understand that a recent invasion of Manchuria had actually cost the Brotherhood a great deal of money. I've also heard that some Irish thieves pulled off a stunningly executed heist and stole some of their money from a Swiss vault.
That sounds like a another adventure.
However, I think this is why they want to find Queen Hetshepsut's undiscovered tomb. That's the only thing I can think of, because that money would fund them for years and years.
So, what exactly are they, though? Are they just like, are they fanatics? Are they mercenaries? Are they a political group? What are they?
I've only ever heard of them described as a secretive mercenary group, looking
Damn,
to
Daniel's
interfere
right.
with
They are future Cobra.
interfering with local politics, perhaps trying to disrupt governments. I'm, I'm a theologian. I'm not a political scientist.
Dude, we are facing off against the League of Shadows. This is great. Their leader is named Ra's al Ghul.
Thinking
let
dollar
me,
signs, Duke will say, well, perhaps if we have the real book, we can find these chariots first.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to see
Fame and
them
glory.
falling in the hands of the Vipers, but this is the vision I was telling you about that Vicar Eustace had. Here, take a look at this. And he points to a page in the book.
Is this page written in Latin?
No, this page is written in English.
Well, that's convenient.
It's all black.
Because Vicar Eustace was from England.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Well, it does
He's a
for
churchman
the
too.
it does for the fact that it wasn't specifically written in Latin whatsoever.
So, do we know where this contemplation chamber thing is?
Apparently, it's in the tomb.
Oh, right. Yeah, we need to figure out where the tomb is.
So perhaps the Count believes that this book would have given him some clues as to where to find the tomb, or where to find the tomb and the chariots.
For the benefit of listeners.
I myself do not know where this is.
For the benefit of listeners, perhaps we should have an internal monologue as someone reads this.
Oh, yes. Shall I
GM.
read it? Okay.
In your best English accent.
Okay.
But we don't have any English people, so that wouldn't make any sense.
At last my travels delivered me to the land of the Kalos through the hot sun, though the hot sun did not ease my sadness. The light gave me what I can only call quiet warmth, which reminded me of the love of God, which I knew followed me on my sojourn. I stumbled through the desert until I found a place of quiet contemplation. This contemplation chamber gave me peace and shade, for which I was thankful. That night I did fall asleep in the contemplation chamber of Sekhmet, and was grateful for the chill that gave me great relief from the rays of the fiery sun. But that night I dreamed of the Queen Hetshepsut herself. She came to me, newly beautiful and dressed in regal whites. She invited me to her palace and told me that her reward would be there for me if I gave up a quiet life and came to live with her. When I awoke, I knew that this vision was a warning that my journey would inevitably lead me to a pagan life, and I vowed to return to Somerset.
Interesting.
So again, Albertuccio says, I don't know where this contemplation chamber is located, he says, and I don't know if it was in that tomb, and if he took the secret of the tomb's location to his grave.
Well, based off the reading of this, that doesn't necessarily, it doesn't sound like it necessarily needs to be in the tomb. It could be somewhere else.
Does anyone have like cryptography or something like that? Perhaps there's a hidden clue in the letter itself.
Ooh, I have cryptography.
You have cryptography?
I do.
That was
Well,
convenient.
you could also, I think, Willie, you've got archaeology, do you not?
Yep.
You've got history Egypt.
Yep.
Anybody got occultism?
Yep.
All right. So if you want to recall the location of the chamber, Willie, you're going to have to make either a successful archaeology -1 roll or a history Egypt roll.
Let's see. So both of those would end up being the same result. Archaeology 12 -1 is 11. History of Egypt default or straight up is 11. So we'll go with the archaeology. Drum roll. Success by 0. I tried to fail.
Okay.
I really did,
So
but I failed to fail.
with sort of the repeating of the repeating of the story that you're hearing, and hearing the name Contemplation Chamber, Willie, it begins to sink into you that you've heard of this. You've heard of this before, and so as they're continuing to talk, and as you look at the
Need some maps.
manuscript, the penny finally drops, and you realize that the chamber was actually located in 1921 at the ruined temple of Sekhmet in the city of Leontopolis, or the City of Lions, located in the Nile Delta.
Wait, I know where this is.
Yeah, again, as they keep talking about it, you realize you have heard of this, and you recall that they actually uncovered not only the Temple of Sekhmet, but this so-called contemplation chamber.
Right. They found that back in 1921.
Did they find golden chariots?
No, the contemplation chamber. They found that. Anybody up for a trip to Egypt?
For a chance at the money, of course.
I'm flying.
Sure. I think we can probably arrange something like that.
So, the city of Lions, Egypt, or the ancient city of Leontopolis, is 39 miles north of Cairo. And the most direct route for you is going to be to fly to Florence, because you don't want to go back to Rome. and you can get to Cairo and figure out how you can hire someone or find a way to get down to the dig site.
This will be great. Find that, and then I can like get super famous for discovering it.
Marissa perks up when they start talking about being famous. Should we bring a camera crew and record it?
It's gonna be a tight squeeze to get us all in my Piper. I don't think we're gonna fit a camera crew.
I wonder if that plane. No, wait, we landed that back at Rome. I was thinking about buying it.
All right, Bruce Wayne.
Who? Wait, I know the Waynes.
So yeah, it's up to you if you wish to. I'm not sure, Johnny, if you actually have your plane over here. What kind of a plane do you have?
It is a Piper J3 Cub.
I don't know what that is. Other than it flies. Presumably.
Oh, right.
Nice.
We just do that in reverse.
Just looked at that link.
That's the one you did for that previous game of ours, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, this plane is really off target though. And I don't think Egypt looks like that. Yeah, there's no way we can all fit in there. We need to get a proper plan.
Somebody might need to ride on the wing.
Nope, we need to get a proper plane.
It's a pretty small plane, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not very big.
Yeah. All right. So you can catch a ride up to Florence and fly to Florence to Cairo. It's going to be about $150 for each of you to go.
Willie will fail his compulsive spending and also apply his quirk where he buys overly nice gifts for friends, which can be embarrassing, and will cover the flight expenses for everybody.
Just as well, because Duke's broke.
Awesome. We're going to advance the clock. And the next thing you know, you're jumping in a plane and you're leaving Florence and saying goodbye to beautiful, beautiful Italy as you cross the Mediterranean and land in Cairo and hire a driver to take you north to the dig site. And as you're driving along, the talkative driver will tell you that the excavations are underway on Leontopolis's largest mound, which contains the palace of Ramses II as well as the temple to Ramses III. And the site is the lead dig on the site is renowned Egyptologist Dr. C.C. Edgar, who's come out of retirement to lead the excavation. And if you want to make a Archaeology +2 or History Egypt +2 roll there, Willie, go for it.
Wow. Even with the 14, it's only a success by 0.
Well, you recognize the name, and Dr. C.C. Edgar was recently the director of the Cairo Museum. So it's a name you definitely recognize out of your knowledge of things archaeological.
Fantastic.
You also know that To gain access to those ruins, you're probably going to need permission from Dr. Edgar, but he's there, and he's actively leading us. And so by the time you get up to the ruins of Leontopolis, this is what you see.
It's a big map. It says you are here.
And you can see Edgar's camp to the north. And there's this massive 20-foot red granite column that stands erect, the column of Marimta. And so as you approach the camp, the driver takes you up to where the tents are, and you can also see that there's a couple of soldiers there. They look like British soldiers, just kind of staying out of the sun. But the driver takes you up to the camp and up to sort of where the tents are, and you see a very scholarly-looking fellow come out.
Well, I want to go meet him. If this is the Dr. Edgar you said?
Dr. Edgar, famous Egyptologist, and until recently the director of Egyptian antiquities at the Cairo Museum. And so he comes out of his tent and he sees the car and he kind of puts a fedora on and begins to make his way over. And his stride looks strong, and he's very interested to see who's pulled up to his dig site.
Right. Well, Willie will immediately go over to introduce himself. Wait, how many days has this been?
I don't know, but you probably could have made a few health rolls to see if you got your points back.
Yeah.
You could do the first aid roll first.
Yeah, let's do it. Play it fast and easy, and do a first aid roll.
Oh, right. Okay, so I guess I was trying to backseat first aid. And it looks like at this tech level it is 1D minus 1. It's time to do it again.
Well, I would say you're up to almost there.
And success by 1. Okay, so after so I should be fine.
Excellent. So Edgar approaches and says, "Oh, well, it's good to see some Westerners come to visit me in my dig site. How are you all?"
We're doing fantastic, Doctor. I am Willie, Willie Vander Woodson.
Well, good to meet you, Willie. What brings you out to my dig site?
That's a really good question. How we would have had to discuss this, but we're going to end up telling him.
Golden chariots.
There's no reason to keep the contemplation.
No,
Room
I
of
was
secret or
wanting to
anything.
see the contemplation chamber of Sekhmet
Oh,
and all that.
well, it's always good to have someone who wants to come and see the digs and find out a little bit more. But are you a student of archaeology there, Willie?
I'm a dabbler, yes.
Oh, a dabbler's good enough for me. Yeah, well, it's not often we get people asking about the contemplation chamber, of course, but what I can tell you is, and then he sees the British soldiers coming over and says, "Oh, just give me a moment. Give me a moment.
What's
Hey,
going on with
off
that?
with you. Off with you. Get back to your vehicles. Leave me alone. Everything's okay. Calm down. Jeez. Oh, these young lads, they're so bored, but they want to get into everything. I mean, I like having them here."
Why are they here? I mean, is anything going on here?
Well, look, yeah, there were a group of members of some, I don't know what the hell they are, a revolutionary group, mercenary, something like this. They call themselves the Testament of Vipers. Anyway, they were sticking their noses around here, and I thought enough's enough. So I called in some favors, and the British government, they sent a squad of soldiers here to protect the dig, because we're going to be wrapping things up here in a few months, see. But unfortunately, that business at the Suez, they had to pull the full squad. So they've left these two young lads here. But anyway, they're doing a good job. They fire the rifles in the air, that sort of thing, Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yeah.
The contemplation chamber.
Yeah. Okay. So I can take you over there if you want to take a look. But as we walk up,
to see it.
As we walk up the dig, up to the entry shaft, let me tell you a little bit about it. So the 2-room burial chamber of Queen Kama that was found in 21. Unfortunately, the sarcophagus was badly damaged due to water. The actual chamber is below the waterline, if you can believe this. So anyway, but we were able to recover some jewels from her mummy, which we sent to the museum there in Cairo. Now, the adjacent chamber is known as the Contemplation Chamber of Sekhmet, and it contains many beautiful images of Egyptian mythology on the walls. But again, sadly, much of the art also destroyed by water over the centuries. Other than that art, however, I'm afraid the chamber is quite empty and devoid of anything valuable, which is why I don't understand why these idiots would come here thinking they could find something. I mean, it's no great secret. It's no great secret that this dig is not exactly, pulling off a lot of treasures. I mean, what they found in King Tut's discovery, hey, awesome, good for them. Sadly, we're not getting the same pull of goods here.
Yeah, Willie will make the appropriate noises, and he's like, "Oh man, that is absolutely terrible." Still,
okay, so he whistles at some of his work crew and says, come on over here, bring a winch. We'll set it up over the entry location, and we'll winch people down. I hope nobody's scared of heights.
no, one hopes not.
Well, it's about a 7-yard drop down to the surface of the tomb. Now, there is a bit of water down there, so be careful as you go down.
Okay, got any rope to
Oh, yeah,
climb down?
we'll have it
Outstanding.
all set up for you. I don't mind you taking a look down there. Honestly, it's actually kind of encouraging to have someone actually take an interest in what I'm doing.
Photography, okay?
By all means. I don't know how much you're going to be able to see down there, though. To be honest, there's a lot of darkness. So we don't have any, real lights set up down there. You're going to have to take some lanterns with you.
Aziz, light.
Yeah, so this is going to take some time for them to set up. Does anybody else want to ask the good doctor any other questions or have any other sort of things they'd like to take a look at?
Well, while they're doing that, Willie is just going to be, totally either in conversation with the doctor or wandering around and taking notes and sketching because, well, I suspect since he's got the whole archaeology and history Egypt, he's probably really fascinated by this whole area. I have no idea where he's from, but he totally needs that he owns a house in New Haven, Connecticut. Okay. Well, he needs a home here in Egypt.
How about the rest of you? Doing anything in particular?
Griping about the heat.
This is all
Not from
foreign
Duke.
language speaking to me.
Does Patience not speak English?
No, I mean, like, this is all, maps and tombs and treasures and arrows and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, Duke's the same. He feels that he would just be getting in the way of people that seem to know what they're doing.
How about Marissa?
Marissa is trying to look intelligent and failing. So
Okay.
she is completely out of her element with this.
And how about Johnny?
I was just wondering if we had any particular reason to hold back on any of the information here. Are we?
I suspect,
How-
at least in Willie's case, is like, as he gets to know Dr. Edgar a little bit better, he may end up going, yeah, we ran into those Testament of Vipers guys earlier, just by sheer happenstance. They're crazy.
Well,
But that's for the late. That's probably a little bit later.
okay. All right. So, by the
But
time
more
they kinda get-
specifically, I wasn't sure whether or not we wanted to bring up Hetshepsut or not.
Maybe in a little bit. Again, like, get to know him a little bit better and such like that.
by the time they get this all set up, it is getting into the late afternoon. However, they finally get everything set up, and they can actually winch whoever would like to go down into the dig.
Willie
They're happy
will
to
be
help.
the first to volunteer.
Okay.
Marissa will go second.
Duke will follow.
Anybody else?
I guess that leaves me.
I guess I'll take up the rear then.
Come on, you chickens. Don't be yellow.
Do we have like flashlights or torches, or what do we use for light these
Gonna
days?
use torches or lanterns.
Lanterns, probably.
I can accommodate. One moment. I think that's sufficient.
Uh-oh. That means there's a map.
Bam! We're on a map.
So, Edgar will give you a little bit of a tour. I'm going to try and give you a tour of this map while I give a bit of the description, okay?
Yep.
So a 6-foot diameter hole is cut into the rock above where you are standing, and 7 yards below is the tomb of Queen Kama. Due to its location below the water table, the floor of the tomb is wet, with up to 3 inches of water on the eroded tile floor. I think if you look closely, you might see a little bit of movement as your characters are moving through the water. There are 2 connected chambers in the tomb, and so he kind of leads you through the first one, which is the burial chamber of Queen Kama, which is empty and strewn only with broken tiles and heaps of mud. If you wish, you can move your characters further into the tomb to explore. And a worn statue of Hetshepsut, complete with a man's beard on her chin, resolutely watches over both rooms.
Well, that makes sense.
But the second room is the actual contemplation chamber of Sekhmet, which has walls painted with figures of Egyptian mythology. And if you wish, you can bring your characters around to that part of the chamber, and this is the contemplation chamber you're in now. And you can see that there is some depictions of mythology on the wall. The most prominent is where Marissa is. And it's a figure. And the painting is that of Sekhmet, a statuesque goddess with the head of a lioness, said to be a warrior goddess and protector of the pharaohs. Sadly, most of the paintings are rubbed away, destroyed by dripping water. But as you're looking at this, does anyone have occultism at all?
I do, actually.
Could you do occultism -2?
Oof. That puts me at 10. Let's see what the dice are like today. Fail by 1.
Fail
Dang.
by 1. All right. Well, I'm going to say that because you failed by 1, your best guess is that, all of this is telling a very sort of traditional story about Sekhmet. But then you do see something that catches your eye. It's one particular image where Sekhmet appears to be shielding a young Hetshepsut from fiery light. And this is what it looks like. Now, who has, does anybody have language, ancient Egyptian or hieroglyphics or anything like that?
Well, oddly enough, all Willie has is Arabic. And,
Well, you had
and Latin.
the Egyptian history, didn't you?
I do have the history Egypt, yeah, but I don't
So,
have.
I mean, he's probably got some familiarity with the hieroglyphs in that particular case. Maybe not to the point of being able to read.
Yeah, if nothing else, ask the doctor,
Sure.
when we were looking at stuff.
And precisely that's what happens. The doctor points to what you're looking at and says, "Well, can you read this, Willie?"
Sadly, it does not appear that I can.
Well, let me assist. Here's what it reads. Sekhmet saw that Queen Hetshepsut was surrounded by the armies of Canaan, and that they bore shields of silver and crystal that burned with the fire of Ra. But Sekhmet delivered Hetshepsut from the armies, and Hetshepsut thanked the goddess by melting the shields and crafting a great obelisk to Sekhmet.
This is super fascinating.
So, Willie, you might not believe it, but this is the chamber where an English vicar had a very strange dream. It's this very place.
Eustace.
That's it. Vicar Eustace. He wrote a book and included this very place in that book. And this is here, in this precise location, is where he decided that he was going to have to flee. Ah, you can almost feel the history of the eons emanating from the walls, can you not?
You can. It almost makes you want to stay here. I'm looking around for silver and crystal.
And of course, this is where our tour ends, because this is it. I'm afraid. I wish it was filled with gold, and I wish it was filled with all sorts of ancient treasures. But as you can see, the water's done its work over the centuries and eons.
Let's see. So, how do we proceed from here, I wonder?
We go to sleep and wait for Sekhmet to show up in our dreams.
Oh, is it that obvious?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, maybe ask the doctors. Anybody actually reported weird dreams in here?
You mean like stayed the
Like
night? in
Vicar
here?
Eustace, yes.
Oh, well, to be honest with you, I just never like sleeping in a damp place. I might prefer my cot up above. But that's a good question. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, none of my men have ever slept here.
We'll do it for science.
I don't see any reason why. We could send some bedrolls down, and if you wanted to find the dry spaces in these little crevices, you're you're welcome to do it. I don't think it'll happen, but if it tickles your fancy, well, why not? I mean, I've got reports to fill out up top.
That's a great idea, and let the feeling of the history soak in.
Johnny's just kind of walking around as everybody's talking, and just he's going to pass behind Marissa and say, "Yeah, we'll all sleep together down here."
She gives him like an arch eyebrow and says, "Yeah, sleep."
So,
Yeah, if he doesn't mind, then that'd be totally cool.
so Patience, what do you think about all this?
She's probably like, why did I get on this plane?
You know
Patience
what?
has
She's
run out.
thinking she's basically on administrative leave. They told her to stand by, enjoy the sights in Rome and whatever. So she's along for the ride.
Okay.
But she has no idea, she has no skills in any of those intellectual pursuits. She's thinking maybe she can kill a zombie or something like that. Or a mummy.
And
Should maybe
Duke,
get some intel out of those British soldiers.
how about Duke?
This is a little bit out of his league, so he's just going to go with the majority.
Okay. So they bring down some bedrolls. You can see some of the other assistants like looking at you like, what a bunch of weirdos. But anyway,
While Willie is gushing over the various photo or images, and
yeah, they do all of that. Just give me a second here. Talk amongst yourselves if you wish. Keep our audience entertained.
man, Willie should have had drawing. I'm gonna have to get drawing.
You don't have to have the skill in order to draw. You just have to have it to draw well.
Can you do rubbings like the graphite rubbings over the hieroglyphics?
Depends on how much paper you've got.
Yeah, let me look. Probably not that much because it's like a travel diary. So probably not.
So are we getting jumped by Cobra or are we getting jumped by undead?
Cobras.
Why did it have to be snakes?
Damn it, that's what I'm missing. I'm missing a fedora. I need a fedora and a whip.
A few Nazis.
This is the late 30s, so surely I've heard of Dr. Jones by now.
So, Duke, you're looking at that image that Willie was looking at, and you can see, just barely perceptible, but you believe you see a faint outline around that painting, or that whatever you're looking at, like just ever so faint. You might be wrong.
He'll hold his light up to it to get a better look.
You might need the help of an archaeologist to assist you in kind of looking at this. Or at least somebody who knows about archaeology.
Willie, you want to come and have a look at this?
What are we looking at?
And Duke will point. See this outline here? Is that something?
And Willie,
or is it just a trick of the eye?
You actually look at it and think to yourself, this is more than a painting. Because you can now see where there's an outline extending further higher up towards the top of the image.
Totally going to break out a little pen, or use the pencil to like trace not trace, but like stick it in the slot if possible.
It is so finely crafted.
The pencil won't fit.
The pencil won't fit. Give me a second.
I do believe you have found something very interesting, Mr. Duckworth.
I'm glad I could contribute.
This is more than a painting. Maybe it's a secret door.
Anybody have architecture?
Negative.
No. That'd have been a good thing to have. I have explosives demolition. But we should probably not do that yet.
Okay. So, yeah, you're kind of surprised that, possibly Eustace or the doctor never ever saw this before.
I'll have to bring this up to him in the morning.
But it's good old Duke and his investigator eyes that really kind of brings this all to everyone's attention.
I have to make sure you get included in the report there, Duke.
So Marissa is a connoisseur of film, and she's loves horror movies and stuff. Would that be enough to say that she's like, maybe there's a hidden switch, and she can start looking for a hidden switch?
Yeah, you totally are going to go exactly to that point. And as you kind of go looking around the room, you can certainly throw a perception roll in the old box to see if you find something.
Her perception is so bad.
It's totally going to be a trap. You're going to trigger it, and it's like we're all going to fall in and fight a angry sphinx who's been trapped there for 3,000 years.
So nothing appears to look like an obvious or slightly not obvious switch or something you would push to, activate anything.
And
Darn.
because
However-
Duke has bad luck, he finds the trigger for the collapse.
Exactly.
There's
So
always a hidden switch.
the last of the people come down and they drop off some bottles of beer and a bottle of wine and some food and
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Talking.
you're very welcome.
Are these guys locals, or are they?
No, these aren't locals. These are other assistants from the museum in Cairo. And
Right.
as the one guy just goes around the corner, and you hear the very British English word "nutters," and that's the last. They just leave you to your sleep, your night in the contemplation chamber. With that, what would you like to do as you prepare to round out your day?
Let's see. Well, when we are settling in, it looks like Willie is apparently needs to start making some notes. More notes.
Marissa pops the cork on the wine.
Nice.
Patience will have some of the wine.
All right. Well, why don't we we'll kind of put some of you over here. I guess I'll put you two over here. Wink, wink. And you enjoy your wine and some of the food and relax your bodies. And is anybody not going to sleep, or are you all going to sort of take a turn at sleeping or keep a watch? How would you like to do this?
Well,
should
we're
have a
not
watch.
actually expecting trouble here.
Well, you do
Should
have
probably
two Brits. You do have two British soldiers upstairs or on the surface.
True. Well, Willie also absolutely does not have combat reflexes, so he's not going to think anything about, finding the comfortable spot to sleep and going to sleep.
Other thoughts from the group?
Yeah, I can't think of anything specific here.
Yeah, if somebody wants to, organize a watch, then it's like, oh, yeah, okay. I hope I don't fall asleep in the middle of it.
Yeah, Johnny's gonna fuss over his shoes a little bit, try to get them cleaned up.
Duke will attempt to have a watch, but he has a reputation for being a careless detective, so he'll get careless and fall asleep.
Patience?
She will try to hold her watch.
Okay. So, but eventually Patience will fall asleep, will she? Like she's not staying awake for the entire night? And how about Marissa?
Marissa will try to stay awake, but after a couple of glasses of wine, she'll probably conk out.
Okay. Is there anyone who's going to choose not to fall asleep? I guess that's my question.
Not me.
Well, initially Duke, but then he will fall asleep. So Duke will probably be the last.
Okay. All right. For those of you who fall asleep, because you know this is coming.
I think we're going to have a dream.
All right, here's the dream.
Dun, dun,
We'll call it the dream of Vicar Eustace. A vivid dream visits those who sleep in the contemplation chamber. The dreamers see a large golden lioness suddenly leap atop the room's statue, staring at them with the piercing yellow eyes of a predator. And the statue sinks into the ground from the lion's weight. And as the dreamers back up to escape the lion, they feel the room shrinking, their backs pressed against the cold wall of the tomb. And suddenly, the goddess Sekhmet appears behind them, wrapping her arms around them, protecting them from the lion. And as the lion reaches the floor, he pounces. But the dreamers feel Sekhmet pull them through the wall. The stone dissolves away, and they find themselves in a new chamber, beautifully preserved and filled with polished gold lion statues. And then you all awake in various turns.
Huh.
And you find that it is probably maybe close to dawn, nothing's really happened in the evening, in the night. But yeah, those of you who check your watches and remember to wind them, what a concept, you realize that it's approaching dawn.
Well, I had the weirdest dream.
Johnny's still asleep.
Well, to whomever is awake, I had the weirdest dream.
I also had a dream.
Did it involve lions?
Yes.
Nice.
Okay, so statue. We clearly know that area is a door. You said this thing was a statue of Sekhmet?
That's the statue
That was Hetshepsut.
of Hetshepsut, but that is the statue you saw the golden lioness jump on at the top.
So
Sek-
I think
Sekhmet.
Willie is going to spend a bunch of time poking around this statue, trying to see if there's like a trigger or a release or something like that. So maybe it has to do with the weight.
Do you want to throw a perception check in the tower, please?
I can do that. Here's my probably failed roll.
You can't seem to see anything around the base of the statue or the back of the statue that gives you an idea that perhaps it's a mechanism of any kind. Although the lion did actually start to drop with the statue, as you vividly remember. What are the others doing?
Marissa is still in the process of waking up, and she's just kind of blank, staring around.
Okay.
So she's not quite awake yet.
Patience or Duke?
Duke's probably having a minor freak out that supernatural stuff is sort of appearing to happen.
It'll be fine. So the lion jumped onto the statue.
Yeah, on the top.
And then
And
the statue started to sink.
Yeah, was sinking into the ground from the lion's weight.
And then Sekhmet grabbed the dreamer and pulled them through the wall.
Yeah, and Sekhmet is that figure that you were looking at where you saw the kind of the cracks.
Over there.
That's right.
So I'm thinking we should probably, or if nothing else, Willie's going to start piling stuff onto this statue for weight. Listening for, I don't know, a click or anything like that.
I think you're going to have to climb to the top of the statue.
Okay, well, it's how tall is it?
Oh my. What does that look like? 15 feet?
Oh boy, I'm going to fall off my...
Yeah.
I think that would be reasonable, 15 feet.
Right, okay, so this... Right. Now I need to look up this attribute again. Guess right. Okay, so, well, that's... I have intuition, which I keep forgetting about, but I don't think that's necessarily applicable here. Because that's like if you have yes or no. It's like right or left, and this is a whole bunch more stuff. But sure. Let's do something stupid and climb on this thing. Well, I succeeded by 2 of my climb tests, so I did not
Well
fall.
done.
So you get up top, and how much do you weigh?
It looks like they have him listed as 160 pounds.
Okay.
Wow, he's small.
How much might a lion weigh?
Oh, I need more.
Depends
I
on
need
the
more
lion.
weight. And the age. I need more weight over here.
Duke will go
Anybody want
assist.
to join them?
Marissa will wake up Johnny.
Yeah.
Somebody should
yeah.
watch that statue to see if there's anything, not statue, but the painting of the Sekhmet to see if anything changes when we put the weight over here.
That lion lady wants to suck us into the wall. What?
Exactly. Need somebody else over here. Come over here. Somebody else watch that
Right.
thing.
Yeah.
Climb up here. You can have the other shoulder. Now I'm kind of glad that
Where'd you go?
it's line of sight. We just went over there. It's like if you move your character to, yeah.
Okay, so Johnny, are you doing a climbing roll to get up there?
Yeah, I'm not in a big hurry though.
No, Duke, you
brain-
should watch that thing over there because
Yeah.
you apparently have a good investigative eye or something.
Hey,
Yeah. Marissa's like, I need a light.
I didn't suck.
Okay, so as Johnny adds his weight to Willie's, Marissa and Duke, can you both put a perception check? Just an open perception check.
Don't fail.
Perception or observation?
Either or.
I knew that was going to happen.
Duke, as you notice that they're putting their weight on that statue, you observe that there's kind of like a sucking intake of air,
Something's happening.
and it's almost as if to say perhaps more pressure should be placed on whatever is sucking in on that door.
I think you've almost got it. And then Duke will sort of go forward and sort of push on the door.
Okay.
Marissa will attempt to help push as soon as she sees what he's doing.
So the combination of weight on the statue and pushing on the door itself moves the door inward. And indeed, you see a secret room.
Dun dun dun.
And you can move your characters to the door of the secret room if you wish.
I wish it.
Gotta crawl down, but yeah.
Okay. Everyone going
Holy cow.
inside?
Should we get the professor? Nah, we need to explore.
So the hidden chamber is dry, somehow avoiding centuries of water damage. The
When
room
they-
holds.
Before you go on, when they
Yep.
get off the statue, does the door close again?
This is a very good question. Hang on. No, it does not. The door stays open. And the statue, of course, has sunk into the ground. So no, the door is not closing and the statue is not going back up. Thank you for asking that.
Wonder if there's
Duke.
a way to reset it.
Duke will hold his lantern up, hoping to find gold chariots.
Okay. I'll read
This
I'll
thing is
read
going to
what
cave in.
I'll read what you see. So the room holds 6 brass lioness statues, which in themselves would be fantastically precious to any museum. The lioness-headed stone statue of Sekhmet rules over the other lions. High above her head, she holds a bronze and alabaster single-masted boat. The artifact is the size of a large child's toy. And there's a carving on the wall behind the statue, and there's a depiction of a 5-stepped pyramid. Anyone with history or archaeology can certainly give a roll.
Success by 4 on the archaeology.
So this is called the Medum Pyramid, or also known as the Pseudo Pyramid.
That's the stepped one, I think.
Yep, it's a unique stepped structure that looks markedly different from traditional pyramids. However, unfortunately, there are hieroglyphics underneath this description.
Damn it, I really should know hieroglyphics. Well, Willie is immediately going to start sketching out the hieroglyphics in his notepad thing. He may not be able to read them, but once we get the good doctor in here, maybe he can. Well, he will be able to.
Do you want to just go and get to the good doctor?
I go back and fetch him if you want.
Yeah. Go ahead and do that. Good
Okay.
idea.
So, Johnny, you go and see that indeed the winch system is still in place. Nothing's happened. Do you call up?
Yeah, I'll just yell out for him. Hey, send the doc down here.
Okay. So people have already started to get up and rustling around, and indeed the doctor was coming over to see how you had fared in the evening. And so he says, I'll be right down in a moment. Wait. And so they slowly lower the doctor down. How was your evening, young sir?
We found something.
You found something? Oh, what? What did you find? A good night's rest, I hope.
Oh, I don't want to spoil the surprise, Doc. You better come and see.
You're kidding me. What did you find? And he starts to plod through the water and turns the corner and says, "Oh my God! What
did you do to my statue?
What did you do to my statue? You hooligans!" He says, "What's going on? What happened to the statue?"
Over here, Doc.
And then he turns the other corner.
Secret room.
Oh my God, what's going on? And he rushes over. This is incredible. What happened?
Fame and glory. Wait, right. Had a weird dream. And it got us to thinking. And, 2 of us climbed up on the statue and the other one pushed the door and ta-da!
This is incredible. And he's just beyond himself. He can't believe that you've discovered something. There's not even a whit of envy or anything like that. He is just like giddy as a Scottish schoolboy.
Carter can, will suck eggs, eh?
He doesn't even hear you. He's like inside there looking at everything. And indeed, he sees what you pointed out and he reads it to you.
Do not read from the book.
And so So this is on the wall, and I will read this for our listeners. When the sun sets above Medum, the shadows fall on the mastaba tombs of the dead princes. Sekhmet's pointed shadow shall take the living to the eternal sun halls of Hetshepsut.
Well, I do in fact believe I need to go to Medum.
Now, I know you were wondering about can you figure out how to reset things?
Well, now that the doctor, I was thinking that, beforehand, but now that the doctor's there, I don't care about it because it's like, yep, we found it. He's aware of it.
Well, you're certainly welcome to do a default traps check here at IQ
Anybody
-5
traps?
or lockpicking -3 if you wish.
Well, wait, so you said traps, lockpicking. What was the other?
So
Or is it just traps or lockpicking?
it's IQ -5 or lockpicking -3. Or it defaults to Dex -5 if you are disarming or resetting a trap. Oh, no, but not detecting or building one. So let's go back to IQ -5 or lockpicking -3.
I strongly suspect I'm not going to succeed. Nope. Came close, though. Failed by
But you're
1.
close. I think if everybody were working on it, you'd probably get enough bonus to
Did
maybe
you say
pull that off.
is that what traps is default is -5?
That's correct. Or
Oh,
lockpicking
well,
minus.
I
or
got a pretty
lockpicking
good
minus
idea
2.
what one of the points I'm getting tonight is going on to.
That's true. You need hieroglyphics and you need traps.
What about Duke? Does he have any fun skills like that?
Nope.
Okay. All right. So basically,
What about patience?
yeah, does patience have lockpicking or
I have disarming, but it's brawling, so it's probably wrong.
My
Oh,
bad.
not
I
wrong
actually
kind
do
of
have
disarming.
lockpicking.
Duke does have lockpicking. Well, you could try a lockpicking -3.
Nope.
Nope. All right.
Just like me, failed by 1. Wow.
All right. So very well. And nobody else wants to try an IQ -5?
So nothing's blown up yet, right?
Nothing's blown up. No, it's basically
we don't have a great need to reset the machine, so
if we don't want to continue rolling, that's just fine. So Edgar, he rushes back through the water, splish, 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 and
I'll
he
go with him, to gather the appropriate stuffs.
then
And-
you see him get shot.
and
That'd be
as
about right.
and he goes to the bottom of the where the winch is to call up, and who's going with him? Sorry.
Willie, because I figure we're gonna go get excavation stuff and like the various stuff that you would do in archaeology.
So as you get up there, all of a sudden you hear a commotion far above. You hear 2 gunshots, then you
Uh-oh.
hear more gunshots, and you hear an engine revving at a high acceleration, and the winch system seems to be hit by something, and it comes partially tumbling down, splashing into the water, and then there's silence above.
Well, if while it was falling, if it was like anything resembling a threat to the doctor, Willie would have easily, quickly, tackled him out of the way.
And Edgar goes, "What in the blazes?"
Those were gunshots. Heads up,
Was it-
everyone.
Was that the winch? That sounded like the winch.
Gosh darn it.
I think those idiot Viper guys have tracked us down somehow.
Who's all going to go and take a look up where the only exit is?
Duke will.
I think we all have to go there and stand there stoically as the so the cliffhanger can end with us getting trapped in here.
All right, you all gather around, and there's a kind of like a pouring in of sand coming down, and it's hitting the water and making that splishy splashy sound that sand does when it hits water, and it's all very quiet up there. And then
Yeah, that'll bump out.
you see a head kind of peeking down over the entrance, and you see this face.
Oh, he looks like a great dude. I like those sunglasses though.
And you see that face, and the man says, "Hello, Dr. Edgar. So nice of you to be already where I need you to be. How is everyone down there? I'm afraid your soldiers are now dead."
Well, that was uncalled for.
Well, unfortunately, they fired on us first, and we're better shots. Aren't we, boys? And you hear this, "Ah."
Not me.
I would like to be able to see the contemplation chamber for myself, if I may.
Well, there's not much to see. Lots of water.
I somehow don't believe you.
Why not? I'm just telling you the truth.
Well, you're welcome to take the winch down. Never mind.
Oh, we can hook a rope up to our vehicle here and lower ourselves down. Would you be so kind as to drop any of your firearms into the water where I can see them?
Well, that would be downright stupid of us, wouldn't it?
If I pointed it at your face, you could see it.
Oh, you Americans, always good with the quips. You see him produce what appears to be some sort of a canister in his hand.
Oh, crap. He's going to grenade us to death.
I'll tell you what, you can either drop all your weapons in the water so I can ensure that we can safely come down, or I can pull the pin on this and let's see what happens. And then he says, "Oh, to hell with it. Here's a quip of your own." And he pulls the pin and throws the canister down towards you.
Someone needs to be a gunslinger and shoot it and send it back up.
Unfortunately.
This is not that kind of game.
So so what it is it's not a fragmentation grenade.
Well, I don't know that. Once again, I'm going to dive and tackle the doctor out of the, into cover.
Okay. What it is a canister of tear gas.
Wait, they had tear gas back then?
Well, they did have all sorts of lovely gas.
Yeah,
in
that's
World War I.
true. That's true.
Well, it could also be mustard gas, so I prefer the tear gas.
Now, did the cloudiness just appear on the map?
Yes.
I guess it did.
So anyway, yeah. So tear gas is going to start to fill up the area, and you are welcome to either try to remove yourselves back into the other chamber, because he's now pulling the pin on a second tear gas grenade.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's time to fall back.
Before the smoke sort of gets to him, Duke is going to take a breath and run.
And you just screwed
Right.
yourself.
Yes, you did. Absolutely did. As
So-
you took a breath of the tear gas.
Well,
No,
no. He
before-
said before the smoke.
Before the
So
smoke
as
gets to him.
it's coming
No,
down,
that's what you think. We were explicitly shown, don't do that
well,
because that stuff spreads a lot faster than you think it does.
so in the interests, those of you who wish to relocate to the secret chamber, please do so.
Yep.
Yep.
Taking the good doctor with us.
Right, you had to follow the openings.
And what I'll say is that, yeah, the tear gas is filling the other two chambers, and it's not really. I know it looks like it's coming right into that room, but it's not. It's not quite getting into that
Right.
room.
So now would be a good time to try to see if we could reset this.
Right. So what you do notice, as I said before in the previous description, is that there are a number of these bronze lionesses around. Maybe one of those moves or sinks, or you might want to ride one or play with one. Hint, hint.
Yeah, so the lions, what's they're facing? Do we have any that look like they are completely in the wrong place, facing the wrong direction right now?
Well
Like
done.
if they're all looking in the in a circle, or all looking at supposed to be all looking at the statue, and one is not.
One is definitely not in alignment with the others, and yeah. So you reach that lion, and
shifted.
it's massive. You might need some help.
Duke will help.
He gets help.
Yeah.
And the door closes.
Oh crap! We just trapped ourselves in here.
Yeah.
That's totally what Willie is like. He's like super excited about this, and the doctor's like, and now we're trapped in here. Right. Okay. Now what do we do?
Is it, I guess, can we look for another way out, like a back entrance?
I'm going to retcon this. Yes, you do rotate that lion, and yes, that door begins to close. However, you will have about a minute if you would like to extricate yourself from this room before that
Good
door
idea.
closes.
Everybody out. Everybody out.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess we could.
Because
Into the gas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we already told the dude that there was nothing here. It was just water. So now we just need to lie harder and say, "Look, there's nothing here." But I told you.
So at that point,
Cough, cough, hack.
yeah, at this point, first of all,
Here comes the pain.
everybody make 2 health -2 rolls. One is going to be to avoid coughing. The other is to resist blindness. And the ill effects of either will endure for as many minutes as your margin of failure.
This is gonna suck so bad for me.
Mhm.
Okay, so Marissa is fit, so I think that gives her
Get
a
a
plus one, right?
Yep. Yep.
And she also has hard to subdue, so she gets another plus one to avoid unconsciousness.
Yeah, that won't apply just yet.
So what was the
So-
first roll?
Yep. So let me.
Coughing.
I'll read it again for you. Okay. So first of all,
Awesome sauce.
your first health -2 roll is to avoid coughing. The second one is to resist blindness.
Okay, so Duke will cough, but
And
he
you said
won't
the
be
margin
blind.
of fail is that minutes or rounds?
Minutes it was.
So your effects endure for as many minutes as your margin of failure.
Okay, so Marissa's good. She succeeded both of her first
Damn.
ones.
And we've all got 12-inch boogers now.
Yep. I am coughing and I am really blind for a really long time.
How did patients do?
I'm rolling right now. So I don't know if I did this right. I got fit with a +1 and then
Yeah.
a -2 for help.
Yeah, you're good.
That's
And then you
the
got-
coughing.
Yeah,
Coughing.
that's your coughing, and this one will be your blindness.
Does the fit affect the blindness roll as
Yep.
well? All right, rolling.
Okay.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but all three of the guys failed.
Yes. Yes, the gals are the
Girl
heroes
power.
here.
Yeah.
So the cloud begins to disperse.
Cough, cough, hack, hack.
And you can hear the guy from the hole saying, "Have you had enough? Are you ready to surrender to me? Or should I send another one down?"
I replied to him wittily with a cough.
Oh, you Americans. So stubborn. And
Oh,
you hear
all I can do is cough right now.
anyone at all? I'll give
Down
you
here. Hack, hack.
I'll give you to the count of 10. And he begins to count. And Edgar's like, "Oh, God, I can't take another one. Just do what he says. Do as he says. There's nothing down here."
Marissa will kind of look around at everyone and then just holler, "Fine, come down. He'll see that
Oh,
we're speaking the truth."
no. My dear lady, you will come back to the entrance and you will deposit your firearms in the water.
Cough, cough, hack, hack.
So who actually has firearms?
Duke does.
Willie does. He has a pistol, yeah.
Just seeing if I have holdout. No, I don't.
Does Patience
Nope.
have holdout?
No.
And as you're contemplating all of this, you hear a ting.
Well, Marissa will hold out her hands and, for folks to give her firearms. He's just going to keep tossing this stuff down here.
All right, everybody. Health -2 rolls again. Yay!
I'm thinking I'm not going to like this fellow.
I say we hold our breath and rush him.
Oh, well, I'm still blind for like multiple minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be a while before we actually recover.
Duke is now blind.
Well, I'm not coughing anymore.
Marissa is now blind.
But I critically failed the blind check. Wow, there's 2 18s tonight.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my eyes!
You critically
They
failed
gave me my eyes!
your blindness check. Okay. So you're going to be blinded for like 9 minutes?
Let's see. If you add the 2 together, it would have been wow. 9, it would have been 13 minutes total.
Okay. So at this point, is anyone unaffected by the tear gas?
I passed. I succeeded on both.
I am not additionally affected.
Okay. So who's coughing up a lung at this point?
Duke is.
Yeah, it
And
depends on
Probably
how much
still be.
time has elapsed since the first one hit us. I might, if it's like been under a minute.
okay, so it's let's say he gives you about 5 minutes, and then you hear him call down again. Do we have a bargain? Will you please drop your guns in the water where I can see them?
And we can't see him.
I can't see anything.
He's just sort of standing out beyond the hole, so he's yelling into the hole.
Because I'm about to
mean-
rush his butt.
Yeah, but
Well,
he's up. Up. We
yeah.
can't. You know.
You can't rush him. He's like 7 yards above you.
Yeah, because remember we
Under.
had the winch, and they killed the winch.
Oh,
so,
all
so,
right.
so
He hit the trap.
So he says, well, the good news is I'm all out of tear gas grenades. The bad news is I have other grenades. I think I'll start tossing them down.
no need to do that. I can't see a thing. I need somebody to help me get there. Stumble, trip, fall.
Yeah, Marissa's blind. She can't. She's blind. I guess is it a number of minutes for the margin?
Yep.
Like how much you failed? Okay, so for
That's
4
right.
minutes, Marissa's failed.
I
Blind.
think in reality, it's probably not a literal blindness. It's just you can't open your eyes worth a damn. So
I think it's literal blindness for me because I rolled an 18. So
he might be something else.
it burns.
Okay.
It burns
Well-
my eyes.
Duke is
Splash some
going
water
to after he can start seeing and maneuvering, he's going to hide his pistol in the rubble
Okay.
or something.
Okay.
Bonk.
So so again, the guy calls down and says, would you all please come to the entrance? I'd like to see you put your weapons into the water, please.
I can't see the dang entrance. You blinded me, you jackass.
Left.
You could have put your guns in the water. That wouldn't have to come to this. You're so stubborn.
You could have not thrown grenades.
Just for reference, in amongst the rocks there is where Duke will put his pistol.
Okay.
I'm totally facing the wrong way.
I think Johnny is actually going to throw his pistol out there just so he can see something has happened. I think if
So-
everybody says they don't have one, then he's going to be suspicious.
So
how
he
deep's,
says,
how deep's this water?
oh, it's only 3 inches. Enough to cover a weapon.
Yeah,
not
Willie
like you
will
can't
toss
recover it or
his,
anything.
but he has no idea what direction he's facing.
Now, I'll make a deal with you. You're all tired of suffering, yes?
Marissa just turns out her pockets and holds out her hands like she's got nothing. She doesn't even have a pocket knife.
Very well. So you see him poke his head back over into the hole to see that you've put things down. Now, who's putting something into the water in front of where he can see?
I don't know if it's in front of where you can see.
Okay. Patience, how
But
about you? What did you do?
Well, I have a question about the environment.
Sure.
I don't know how much light, because what she wants to do is basically throw her knife into the water
Yeah.
and just make him think, she threw something, her gun. I don't know how well he can see from 20
Well,
To be
feet
fair, that
above
water's
him
also
in the
going to
dark.
be really muddy.
Yeah.
So that might actually work.
Yeah. He's going to want to see people like dropping firearms. He's going to want to take a look to see that you're actually doing this.
Duke
if you
actually
want-
has a shotgun. So he'll drop the shotgun into the water and he's hidden his pistol.
Yeah.
Bad guy's got a rather limited ability to actually see what the hell we're doing anyway.
So he says, okay, you've put all your weapons in the water, yes?
I don't know. I can't see a damn thing because of your tear gas.
Well, I'm not terribly cruel, you know. I just want to know one thing. What did you find in the chamber? And if you let me know
There's a
what it
chamber?
was you found, if you let me know what you found, I'll just go away. All I want to know is, what clue did you find in the chamber? That's all I want to know.
Hold on. I have to find something.
I don't think we made it that far.
No, we did. Oh, damn it, I don't have bluff or wait, no, I have fast talk. Where is the damn? There it is. Okay, so when the sun sets above Maydom and the shadows fall. So Willie, thinking fast, is going to say, wait. No. I'm wondering if I can do this. So this is me thinking out loud to the other players. I was contemplating basically rejiggering this the inscription because it specifically references Meidum, which is a step pyramid. There are other step pyramids in Egypt, so I was thinking of changing that, like when the sun sets above. Was it Djoser, Djoser, which is another step pyramid, but it's like northwest of the ruins of Memphis. So send them on a wild goose chase.
Well,
but the thing that makes me hesitate in doing that is, why wouldn't he come down here to look himself?
because he's going to trap us in here and leave us.
Or throw more grenades.
But no, the thing I'm thinking here, since we're thinking out loud, is if he, quote unquote, knows that we got into the chamber, which frankly he had no reason to know, then that suggests that he knows more about this situation than just whatever he read in that book.
And this is a different person, by the way.
And this is a different person, obviously, but
So
he knows more than we think.
Yeah, just thinking out loud. So the chamber he's referencing, would that actually be the little area where we were originally like camping with like the hieroglyphic on the wall?
Is it the contemplation chamber or the secret room?
Yeah, he may be referencing the contemplation chamber.
Now,
He just wants
my reflex here would be to presume that is what he's asking about, is the contemplation chamber, whether or not that's actually what he meant, and just play along with that.
I had a dream in the contemplation chamber about the step pyramid of Djoser.
Okay, so that's your fast talk attempt.
Yep.
All right.
Which
Do you want
means I
to
need to
throw
make
a
a fast talk test.
fast talk? We'll do a quick contest. Throw your roll in the pyramid, please.
Finord. I hope I rolled well. I probably didn't roll well.
I'll try to back him up.
It's never good when the GM laughs.
No, I just like I liked the Finord bit.
Well, if you drag the dice over the tower, it actually changes not the tower, but the all-seeing eye. It actually changes that to Finord.
And that it does. Okay, so he says, that name, I believe, is a lie. I believe.
Well, it was a dream.
I believe you have information about the location of Hetshepsut's tomb.
Yeah,
that
the
I know
pyramid
is
is
in the
Djoser.
and I know that that is a lie. So if you don't want to play along and you're going to continue to play games, then I'm going to continue with my games. And this time you hear a snick.
I think you made him mad, Willie.
And he tosses a frag grenade into the hole.
Okay,
Well,
well, he's not going to
crap.
play.
That's gonna suck because I still can't see a damn thing. So knowing my luck, I'm gonna
Well,
leap
I'm gonna
towards the grenade.
I'm going to grab you as I'm running off.
All right,
And
everybody.
I'm assuming everybody else is also running off, like I'm not just leaving everybody behind.
Did you see the hexes just appear?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, that means I need to locate the map again. Thank you.
We should have at least 2-second timer.
So,
What are you talking about? This is 1936. He drops it, it lands in the water, and that causes it to fizzle. Yeah.
So we're going to have Marissa start. So Marissa, you can move. If you're running, go for it.
Where is Professor Dude in all this?
Professor Dude is he would be beside Johnny.
You should grab
All right.
him, Johnny. I'm just going to run in the direction I'm facing.
So is he on like the far side, like the opposite side of Johnny from Marissa, or is he like kind of next to her? Because she'll just grab him and
He's
make a
next
break
to
for it.
He's next to you.
Okay, she'll grab the professor and start hauling him off, like with her apparently impressive strength.
Okay. Let's say that causes you to have to go sort of 2 points per hex through the because you're trying to move him along and he's a little befuddled and coughing and wheezing.
Yep. So her move is 6, so that's 3 hexes.
Yep.
Okay.
Patience. What do you do?
I'm running like heck.
Okay.
I don't see the hex that you're talking about with the grenade.
No. Can you just see the hexes? The hexes on the map?
Yes.
Yeah. I just put them on there so we can move into actual tactical combat. So if you want to move your character, go for it.
Is there any cover?
Yeah, you could try and get behind the pillars to the to either side of you.
Yeah,
If
I'm
you can
gonna run. If there's something that I can hide behind and get cover,
Okay.
that's where I'm running.
All right. Do you want to move your character then? Sure.
Let me see what my move is. Hold on. Where is it? Is that on the main page?
Wow, your name changed. Look at all those Y's.
You got a basic move of 6.
Yeah, this push to talk button. Every time I click on something, it's kind of annoying right now.
That's why
So I
I
can.
love having an Xbox controller plugged into my mine. And I use it. I have it set it to the B.
Well, I have a mouse with like 12 buttons on the side and then 4 on top, and I don't know. I should probably use one of those.
I fixed it.
That's right.
Okay, you
I use one of the side buttons on my mouse.
All right. So you get yourself positioned over there. Okay. Duke. Johnny.
Just running.
All right. Johnny's basically going to do a move and attack here and grab Willie on the way out.
Okay. And Willie?
Ah! I'm being attacked! I have no idea where we're going.
Okay. So Willie will just we'll let Johnny lead you. So this turn he's grabbed you as you're trying to figure out where you're supposed to go.
This turned out to be a pretty crappy idea.
Round 2. Marissa.
Gonna continue dragging Professor Dude along for another 3 hexes.
And click the next actor button, please. Patience.
Did I hear, or did we hear where the grenade splashed?
Sure. It went somewhere.
Where was the badass action guy who was like standing there waiting and kicked the grenade back up?
Somewhere in that circled area there.
I'm not seeing a circled area.
Yeah.
Curious. How about now?
Now
Now
it's
I see
two up.
two.
Great.
So somewhere in there.
It landed right next to me. All right.
It pretty much did.
Your host, bro.
Well, you can squeeze in behind that column, maybe.
I hope it doesn't go. That could be worse.
Oh,
I
you're
think
gonna need the grenade spreadsheet, aren't you?
So you're just tucking yourself behind that column even more?
I wonder if I could have tried to pick it up on my instead of running. Too late now. All right.
Yeah, you're cool, but you're not that cool.
Well, you could try now. I'm not so certain there's a lot of chances of success, but
No, not now.
you could still try now. I just don't think it would be great if you succeeded. You're like, hey, you got the grenade, and then it goes off.
Well, I'm committed. Nothing else I can do at this point. So she's gonna hide, or cover as much as she can, crouch and sneak behind a pillar.
Okay, so you're kind of trying to wedge yourself behind that pillar as best you can. Good stuff. Click on the old next button.
Well, it might not be good stuff when it explodes and smushes him.
Duke, you moved? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Click on the next actor. Thank you. Johnny.
Right, Johnny's moving, and until he'll be hampered until Willie can actually start moving on his own.
Okay.
Damn it! Trying to click on the damn thing. Ah, god damn it! I accidentally hit the unmaximize, and it fucked up all my windows.
Willie, you're just moving along with all right.
Yep.
So Marissa, what do? You've probably got this turn to get around that corner.
Yep. Still dragging old professor. We'll get just around the corner.
All righty. Patience. Just screwing yourself up against that pillar as best you can.
Yeah. I don't know if she's what religion she would be, but she's she's Catholic. She's like her Hail Marys and whatnot.
Yeah, you're French. Yeah, she's Catholic. French in the 1930s, absolutely Catholic.
Duke.
Duke will just hold there. That is a solid wall right next to him, isn't it? Yep.
That is. Johnny.
All right. Still moving. Still got Willie, and trying to guide him around the debris.
So Marissa will go ahead and she'll keep going another 3 to shove the professor further back behind the wall.
Okay.
I think Patience is wondering how long does it take for this damn things to blow up?
It's going to blow up on the next round.
You want to check it
She's
like
an-
Coyote does in
She's an
Roadrunner?
intel, so she should have a pretty good idea.
Duke, sorry, what were you asking?
I was saying, does she want to check it like Coyote does in Roadrunner?
Exactly. Shake it a little.
I guess that only
Yeah,
works for the Acme grenades.
I didn't ask enough of the right questions in the beginning because I think she totally would have grabbed it and thrown it back up.
Well, maybe the next one.
I think you made the wise choice. I'm just going to say. Fishing around in low lighting for a device underwater. Yeah, you chose wisely.
Well, she could take her hat out and catch it like a baseball.
All right, Johnny, pulling Willie to safety.
Yeah, it should get us nearly clear of the stuff here. I guess that's about as good as we can do.
Yes, Duke will be covering his ears.
Okay.
So Marissa will see Duke covering his ears and be like, "Oh," and she'll cover her own ears.
Okay. Alrighty. So this grenade, this is where I need the more experienced people to kick in with their opinions here. So this grenade is, it's basically a stick grenade, a German stick grenade, and its damage is 5D crushing explosive.
5D.
Does it have?
Does it have a
frag-
fragmentation?
All it says is 5D crushing explosive.
So there's no bracket number after.
No.
So no
Roll,
frags.
roll 5D.
No, you don't need to. So right now it looks like there's only 2 of us that are actually exposed, depending on what you consider exposed there for Solange.
That's correct. It would be a style handgranat.
Yep.
Okay, so-
That's 5D crushing explosive. Yep. No frag listed.
So it's
in
incidental
that.
fragmentation only. There's enough crap down there that it's probably counts as incidental, so we can consider that. But so, first question is Solange 100% covered?
I'm going to argue yes, she is, because
Okay.
she can sneak behind that massive column. No problem.
So right now, then the only 2 that are exposed are Johnny and Willie. And
Right.
I currently have Johnny at 14 yards.
14 yards.
14 yards. Target distance 14. Okay. Max damage is 1 at this range. And that's max.
Well, there we go.
So if you want to actually roll the damage, I can input that. Ah, crap. This particular one doesn't have that.
So the fragments would attack you guys at skill 15?
No.
And the range modifier would affect that along with your posture.
It doesn't have fragmentation.
Yeah,
No,
there's
right.
incidental fragmentation.
Which
I
means
believe-
nothing.
I believe incidental fragmentation is 1d minus 4 or something like that. Cutting. If that's the case, then yeah, this particular sheet that I'm using needed to be updated. Apparently, crap.
For
I
the
don't have
benefit
that on
of
here.
people listening, it would be calculated on the roll of damage, and then you divide that damage by 3 for every hex you are away from the point of impact.
All right, so I'm rolling 5 dice. am I
Right. Okay, so
That's for the
the
concussion.
chance. Damn it! Is that what the hell? Apologies. I thought I had the right sheet here. Okay. I guess you can just deal it out. There's only 2 of us. So 14 yards is what? Minus 5?
Minus 5. So I'm going to roll on a 15 modified by minus 5, correct?
Yeah.
You should roll the base damage first.
It won't matter.
Well, it might matter for patients.
Well, she's covered.
I don't know if cover protects you unless it's completely sealed. It doesn't protect you against the concussion damage. It'll protect from the
Yes.
frags.
There are no frags.
It's
The
incidental
incidental
fragmentation.
frags.
Okay, so if I was rolling for a skill of 15, I rolled a 12, but with the minus 5,
That's
I think
miss.
that's a miss. So how do we rectify things for Solange then?
Well, roll the damage first.
Okay. So I rolled Did you just see what I did? I rolled
No,
12.
they're hidden.
I rolled a 12 for damage.
Okay, so Solange is 5 yards from, so you divide the damage by 15. So 3 times the distance in hexes, which would be less than 1, so no damage.
Yeah, so no damage to Solange.
Her ears might be ringing a little bit.
Exactly.
And if she's got full cover, incidental frags won't hit it. Well, they could potentially hit, but they're not going to go through the DR of a pillar.
No, exactly. All right, so boom, and the water explodes up and around and sprays Solange and everything around Solange, and fragments kick up and hit the walls, and poor old Doc, he just shudders in his place. Johnny and Willie, we're just going to carry on with the combat rounds. What I guess we stopped at Patience, so we're going to go to Duke. So Duke, what do? The explosion has just happened.
We should all play dead and not make a sound.
Johnny, you kind of hear Duke start to say we should play dead.
Hopefully he didn't say that very loud. Nah, I'm just going to keep going around the corner. Presume there's more coming.
Okay, so you're going to keep moving.
Concussive blast didn't knock us down. That's
You're
sad.
going to keep.
We're a long way away from that.
You're going to keep moving, okay? Why don't you move yourself the distance you'd like to move?
What the hell is going on with my freaking fantasy grounds?
Willie will go up with him because he's still blind.
He's going to try to look back at the explosion, but he can't see anything.
Marissa,
what are you? Guy.
What are you and the doc doing?
Marissa was just going to stand here with the doc and have her hands over her ears to help muffle the explosion sound.
Okay.
Does she hear? I'm assuming she might hear some kind of more muffled sound as Duke is trying to say something.
Yeah, you probably heard him mutter something about play dead.
Got it. Okay.
Start screaming. Give us your acting scream, like you're hideously injured.
Yeah, actually, she will do that. She'll do. Is that acting or performance?
I think it's acting.
Yeah, her acting is terrible. She's a really bad actress.
She's a
So let's do
stunt
it. Yep. Ah! That's about what it sounds like.
Sort of sound like a cat caught in a wine press.
Yep.
Okay. And Solange, just so you know, give me a perception roll in the box, please. Or hearing.
Ears should be ringing. She should be deaf. Oh,
That's
wait,
true.
this is semi cliffhangery, so.
Okay, what are you going to do there, Patience? Can't hear you if you're talking.
Okay, how about now?
There you go. What you going to do for your turn?
Sorry about that. All right, again, she's gonna look, basically just take stock of the situation around her, and Yeah, basically just look around. Does she see anybody else from the group?
Okay.
And take action accordingly.
Okay, you kind of poke your head out around from the pillar, and what you do see is some cracks forming in the walls.
Oh crap!
But you don't see anybody else around you. And so that's kind of what you see, but you can't hear anything because there's just this ringing noise in your ears. But you start to see some cracks forming in the walls.
Okay, that's not good. But that's probably all I
Nope.
could do, right? For the 1 second.
You got it.
All right, so let me end my
Duke?
turn.
What do you do, Duke?
Duke will just wait. He'll sort of peer around the corner.
Do you want to throw a perception roll in the box or an observation roll? Duke, as you look around the corner, you can see there are some obvious cracks formed on the wall across from you. Johnny and Willie.
I had planned to continue around the corner, or at least get. I guess I'm going to end up over here with the rest of them here and sort of trying to figure out what we're doing. So we're seeing cracks.
Because your back is to that area, I'm going to say just for this turn, you're just kind of moving over to this corner, and that's about all you can do. And Willie's, I'm blind, I can't see.
Yeah.
Marissa, what do you do this turn?
Hang on, sorry, my kid just got home. Okay, are we moving still, or are we just staying put?
I don't know that we had come to any sort of decision on that.
No. This is just everyone's still in combat turns, kind of.
Okay. Well, she's gonna see Johnny, I think, and Willie keep going, and she's gonna grab the professor by the shoulders and start having them follow behind them to wherever they're going.
Okay. Patience.
All right, Patience is gonna step out and look up. Can she see the forgot the guy's name.
No.
Can she see him?
She can't. She can see some figures, kind of like just like, just maybe like a little bit of the head, but not much. There's some movement. You can tell there's some movement up there. And give me another hearing check in the box, please.
Probably be really concerned about the cave-in that's just going to happen. Just about to happen.
So you really can't make out if they're saying anything. You can't really make it out. There's just that ringing noise in your ear. Yeah.
Okay, so she will. That was.
Patience, she noticed the cracks yet?
Yes, she did.
All right, so that's it for my turn.
All right, Duke.
The cracks, are they anywhere near his current position?
No, they're across the way, although you can't tell if there are any cracks along the wall, sort of parallel or beside you there.
All right, so he's assuming cave-in's potentially imminent. So he was peering around the corner, and he's just going to, quickly. He's not going to say anything. He'll just be sort of waving for patients to, run.
Okay. Johnny.
Well, my mission to get Willie out of the way is now accomplished. I should probably do something stupid. I'm just trying to think of something appropriately stupid to do.
Okay. And Willie, are you going to just cling on to? Or I guess is Rigel back?
Yeah, I'm not having any problems with the audio. It's just Fantasy Grounds is I think my computer is doing something stupid.
Okay. Okay. So Johnny is just going to think about what he's going to do, and Willie, are you going to kind of keep moving?
Yeah, I was like probably wandering in the wrong direction.
Okay. Take the next 3 seconds, or 5 seconds to decide what it is you want to do. We'll just break out of combat rounds for about five seconds, maybe a minute. How's that? Let's say a minute.
Enough time for somebody's eyes to clear, maybe?
Not mine.
Yep. Eyes to clear, hearing to return. There we go.
Duke will recover his pistol.
All right.
Okay.
So basically, we either trigger the door and get into the side chamber and hope there's another way out from there, or we just sit down here, find the safest place we can for the cave-in, and hope they leave after that. But we'd have to dig our way out. Yeah, we should probably. My concern about triggering the door is that if we do that and they stop throwing grenades.
You said you were trying to think of something for Johnny to do that was stupid.
Yeah, I was
You
thinking
could
like
shout back and go, "You missed us, you bitch!"
That's true. We could just antagonize him. Make sure he throws more grenades. I think he'll do that unless we come up with a better plan.
Who's the archaeologist? Is that, or who had the archaeology skills?
It's Willie.
The doctor and Willie,
And Willie.
who is still completely blind.
So I will just mention the cracks to you. Like, hey, there's some cracks forming. Do you think that's something we should be concerned about, or they're just superficial?
I'm not an architect, but it sounds bad.
What about the professor? Would he be able to make that determination?
Wait, let's see. Willie is still like kind of blind and possibly panicky,
Yeah.
so he may be a little bit louder than normal, with his ears ringing. It's like, cracks in the wall. What?
Yeah, exactly. He's still trying to come to his senses.
Why is there a big mud blob token?
What mudblood token? You're seeing
Strongly
things.
suspect dumbass is going to drop another grenade and it's going to go boom.
You're just seeing things.
No, I'm not. I'm not seeing anything.
So, decision. Do we trigger the door or not? Because that's going to be a little bit involved. We're going to have to climb on the damn statue.
I'm not climbing anywhere. I'm completely blind.
Well, the cracks don't appear to be anywhere near where we are, so I think we might be safe.
Oh, is it limited to the top part?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
So
So we
the
could just
cracks
hold.
are in that section.
GM, is that
Question
correct?
mark.
Yep. It's all kind of over there.
Over there, I couldn't see, or Duke couldn't see if the cracks.
I just had an amusing thought.
Were on this wall.
They ran that truck against the or was it a truck?
Uh-huh.
That's totally gonna fall in over there.
All right. I think
You do
Johnny
your
is going
stupid thing
to
and
do his stupid
antagonize.
thing and yell out at him, antagonize him. You know, there's still some priceless artifacts down here you haven't blown up.
Okay, that's what you shout.
Yep.
Anybody else doing anything?
Just
Also, there
recovering
are
the gun.
cracks in the wall. Please stop throwing grenades, dumbass.
I think Marissa's gonna help, like, escort the professor like a little bit further away from the corner where they're standing, like maybe back over towards the hieroglyph wall.
Okay.
Bonk. Oh, I'm facing the wrong way again.
Double dumbass to you.
All right. So you hear him.
Nice.
Yeah, you hear him scream, "Drop another one in there!" And you presume that another grenade falls down, and then another, and they all explode. And then there is this massive cave in over that other chamber that you were standing in.
Nice.
We're totally hosed now.
So if that guy was like standing like right by the edge, like the hole, does he like fall in when it caves in?
So there's this massive cave in, and you hear the, from the after all the debris settles and it stops falling, and it's you see all of these
No, I don't.
I don't know, maybe about a half dozen vipers lying in the debris, groaning. Some are obviously dead, others are unconscious. And that's what you see. But then the water starts to pour into the chamber, and it's going higher and higher.
Did not expect that.
This is definitely the wrong time to be completely blind.
Well, good news, bad news. We may be able to swim out.
Holy
Is this
crap,
a
I
bad
don't know how
time to
swim.
mention I can't swim?
Yeah, it's like, oh crap, I don't swim either.
So you're going to be able to see a way where you can move, and the way the debris has fallen has conveniently created something of a step network that you can take. It's going to require climbing -2 rolls, but you can get out if you start moving now.
That was serendipitous.
It is cliffhangers.
I'm going to secure a firearm from a fallen enemy.
Marisa will do the same, and she'll finally have a weapon like 2 sessions in.
Okay.
Can someone point me in the right direction?
Come on.
Marco.
There we go. All right, everybody, we're gonna make this real simple. So climbing rolls at -2 from everyone
That's not
to
going to
get
make it simple.
out of this predicament.
Is it just -2 for me? Because I'm completely blind.
You're going to ride that all day, aren't you?
Okay, let's have some more climbing rolls.
Fail by 6.
Fail by 2.
Ah, splash.
Okay,
Glug, glug, glug.
so we're gonna say that who actually got out of here? Patience?
Patience was the only one that actually got out.
That's hysterical.
What?
Patience, you
Both
climb out.
times that Patience rolled, she got out. That's not fair.
You climb out and you look back and you can see that your friends have slipped off
All
the rock,
drowned.
and
Oh my God.
they're the water is rushing in, and you see Radames like screaming, no, save me, and he sinks down below as another rock comes cratering down from the ongoing collapse, and the other vipers are submerged and dying and screaming and blubbering, and but your friends are sticking together, and they're looking up at you. And if you're wondering what's around you, well, there are all sorts of things like the winch, rope, poles that you could makeshift and create if you want to save your friends.
If
He's like,
Well-
nah, I don't even like these guys. Screw them. Hey, some
I mean-
grenades.
I mean, you shot into them before, but now's a chance for you to
Uh-huh.
grab an SMG and just start peppering the water.
Hey, you know where the treasure is. You can go get it all for yourself.
okay, I don't have much time, right? So I'll grab the maybe the rope
You
Good
got
idea.
tent ropes and tents and all kinds of
with
crap around
the
here.
yeah, with the grappling hook, and I can easily like throw that around something and throw the rope down.
Okay, awesome. Why don't you make a scrounging roll at +5, because there's crap all over the place.
Make sure
what?
you wash your hands afterwards.
Your skill is
Why
one.
is it a 1? Oh, I must have clicked on something.
No, you've got 111 as your skill level for some reason. I'll change that.
Okay.
I want a skill level of 111 and something.
I know.
Well, apparently it doesn't work very well.
Something to keep in mind, Ronky.
Oh, my perception is like 100 and something.
I think somehow your skill got the level box got screwed up somehow. I'm not sure how, but anyway.
No, if it's
you're-
based off of his perception, and his perception is
no.
screwed up.
There's something off on the actual skill itself in his on the character sheet. It's very odd. Anyway, we're not going off perception. Your first roll was a 10, so it would have been 16. So you easily made the first roll. So you managed to get some rope. You managed to figure out something that you can throw around the existing winch system, and you come back to the edge of the hole and throw the rope down in. Now, I will just simply ask for whoever's going to grab the rope first to make a dex check. Let's see who can
Wait, there's a
fail out.
rope?
Who gets it first?
There's a rope?
I tell you what, I don't know what everybody else's swimming skill is, but Johnny has it at 12, so he's okay with the water situation. So I think what's going to happen here is Johnny's going to grab the rope and hand it over to the weakest link, which is currently still Willie. And he will succeed.
You shove it at me. I'm like, giant snake.
Okay, you grabbed the rope. What are you doing next?
I'm handing it off to Willie.
Willie, you got a rope in your hands. Can you do a strength check to pull yourself up and get out of this hole?
Wouldn't that be climbing?
Yeah, I suppose. Although
Because you're using the rope to climb.
I suppose a climbing check. Yes. Let's just make it
that is 1 point higher than my strength.
Let's make it just a basic climbing check.
This is gonna be awesome. Come on, big bad money. Wow.
Well.
Success by 0. So he did not look particularly graceful as he climbed up there.
All right.
Hey, I'm starting to see stuff.
Who's
Maybe?
next? Who's gonna make the next dex check?
Ladies first.
Marissa will go. So it's a
I
dex
think
check.
you said she couldn't swim
Dex check.
anyway.
Yeah, she can't swim.
Right. She has attractive, right?
Yes, she does.
Well, now Willie's going to be really disappointed that he's blind since she's, all of her clothes are wet.
Too bad.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Will you
So-
stop rubbing up against me like that? Because I can't concentrate with you.
Nice. Okay.
So you probably would want to just go, I'm doing a strength test. As opposed to climbing since you don't have it.
Yeah. So she succeeded by 5 on the dex check. So yeah, she doesn't have climbing. So strength or default climbing.
Oh boy. Yeah, well, it should be a default climbing roll.
Okay.
Now we've done it.
Sorry.
Nope.
All right, so Marissa goes back down. Does anybody else want to grab that rope?
Duke
All
will,
right, well.
but he'll be helping Marissa up.
Okay.
All right, so Duke, you're going to help Marissa?
Yep.
Okay. What does Duke have for a helping skill?
Well, he has climbing.
Let's do that. Nope. Yes, you have lots of time to grab anything to assist with. Poles, basic life-saving skills at this point, for sure.
Yeah, we'll make it happen. We got a truck tire somewhere we can float on.
Hey, imagine that. A truck tire just floated up from the bottom. But yes, you can grab a pole. Like I said, there's the poles from the winch that you can use to reach down and grab some, someone can grab onto it.
Okay, I'll try that.
All right. Who's next? Who's going to try and grab a pole or a rope to try and get themselves out of here?
Okay, I think we're still trying to get Marissa out. She's the worst off, so.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Duke will again attempt to help Marissa out of the water, or help her up from wherever she fell. So, Dex roll.
Dex roll. Excellent.
Here, give me your hand.
Okay. So she does. Is that like a +1?
You betcha. Nope.
Nope. Failure by 5.
Okay, and by this time, there's a pole that's been put down by Patience and by Willie. If somebody wants to try and grab the pole.
Marissa's just going to grab the floating tire and just float out.
Okay. Duke and Johnny, make your rolls. Someone can climb the rope. Someone can hold on to the damn pole. Nope. My. Oh,
Well, I'll
there
get
we
out.
go. Johnny, you managed to climb yourself out of that hole.
I'll
And
help drag people out.
And yes, you help drag people out, and we will say that everybody gets out of the raging waters of the tomb with a little bit of GM fudging here and there. But what the hell? It's cliffhangers, for God's sakes.
Pull me out. Pull me out.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. From here on in, everything's downhill. Okay, so you all get out, and in all that fluffing and fluffing around in the water, you magically haven't lost a pistol or a firearm. You've got everything with you. It's amazing.
That's not true.
It's cliffhangers.
Now, see, the one that I picked up off the dead guy happened to be the exact same thing that I had.
Look at that. See?
I dropped mine in the water. So sad.
Your gun floats and you find it washed up the
Say.
top.
I was going to say, yeah, you look over and a tire comes up from the bottom and your gun's like on it lying there.
What's this looking over stuff?
Does anyone have a link to like the pistol that those guys would have had? Because Marissa did grab one before trying to climb out.
What the?
Yeah, if you go
what
into
nationality
items,
were these guys?
if you go into items, now the guys that had pistols in this encounter were let's see. These were Viper Raiders, and they had okay. They had rifles and they had Berettas. So Marissa, if you open items and go under ranged weapons, you could grab a Beretta model 1918.
Dump it in the party sheet and pick it from there.
There we go.
Which module is that under? Because I don't have anything listed under items.
I don't either, actually.
Well, what the heck?
You
I
can
wonder
turn that on.
why do these things not automatically load? I figured they'd load up or something.
No, you need to activate them yourself.
Oh, that's
you just need to make them available to the players.
Okay. I'll have to do that another time. I don't even know how to do that.
Okay, so I'll just make a note of what she has and we can grab the item next time. So what was it called?
I've just dropped it into the parcel items.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, so if you got a party sheet, parcel items, you got the Beretta Mod 1918 up there. Now, is that actually shared? Yes.
Well, that's a learning for me. I figured, how do I share everything in the items with everyone?
I think you have to actually go through and share them individually, which is super annoying.
Okay, gotcha.
Unless
But there
they are visible in the module itself.
All right, that's something I'll have to figure out for when we publish this thing. Okay, so there you got the Beretta model 1918. There you go.
Got it.
Okay. Now then, do you want to draw it to a close? Because
Yeah,
we can.
we're an hour over.
We can finish this, I guess, after silly season's done, because we really just need one more session and that's it.
Yeah.
Point of order. I think, yeah, the Beretta M1918 is a rifle.
All right.
Self-loading carbine.
That's what they've got then.
Well, she has a rifle for the time being. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to do a round 3.
Very good. All right, so let's go round. Does anybody have anything they want to do before we close off?
Spend some points in climbing.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Seriously.
2 points?
And swimming.
So you'll definitely each get 2 points.
I'm gonna have to actually figure out what I want to spend those on.
Spinning
Probably
one of
should
the
put another
traps.
point in climbing, though. Yeah, and you had the hieroglyphs. I would think that the hieroglyphs would be included with Egyptology, but if it's not, I'm not sure what it would be. Would it be a language, ancient Egyptian, or would it be something else? I'm
Yeah,
not
I'm in
entirely
the
sure.
process of actually looking that up.
I would also
Ancient
like
Egyptian.
to increase my stealth and my diplomacy.
Okay. So
Actually, I think the old Cliffhangers and or GURPS Egypt might have some light
I
to
don't
shed
have
on
either.
that. I've got them in here.
So that's great. 2 points for this adventure. And as a little teaser, this is what you will be finding in your next adventure.
It's a big chunky lump of rock. We've died and gone to Minecraft.
There we go. All right. Well, I'm going to jump to the outro. I hope you have been sitting comfortably and have enjoyed the pulpy goodness of this GURPS Cliffhangers Adventure Session 2. Tune in next time to see how our heroes race to the tomb of Hetshepsut. If you've enjoyed this adventure, head on over to www.oneshotadventures.com and see the entire collection of modules you can download for free. And if you have any questions, corrections, or suggestions, feel free to leave a comment here or find us on Discord. Please consider liking and subscribing to our YouTube and Twitch channels. And thank you for watching. Olympus out.
Goodbye.